resistance given to overcome it? Only when one has studied and used all the general methods does one come to special characteristics. It is necessary to place this feature, to find the cause. Causes may be different. Some bad feature may be so strong that it may be the last to go. One cannot tell beforehand. If you begin to struggle with obstacles in the wrong order, you will get no results. At the same time, it is necessary to have it in view. Q. If it is a negative emotion and you observe and resist it, does it change? A. It depends on the emotion. In most cases it is simply delayed. We do not know how to resist. There is a special key for every emotion. We must find the master key, and for this it is necessary first to know the machine. Q. If one feels depressed or irritated, what steps can one take against it? A. First, one must try to remember oneself, and, secondly, to remember that what is depressed is not oneself but one's imaginary picture of oneself. Man's progress begins from the moment he realizes that what he is one thing and his imaginary picture of himself is another thing. When he sees that he is smaller, weaker than he thought, that he is all sham, he is on the way to development. He has practically nothing, but enough to develop. Q. Since I have no permanent I, if I try not to identify with one I, do I identify with another? A. You must understand that you were given certain ideas in the same way as Mr. Gurdjieff explained them, that is, gradually, first giving one aspect of an idea and then another. Many things are explained first in an elementary way, and then more details are added. When we speak of a man who is not in the work, we say he has no I. If a man starts to study and make efforts, this already means a certain state. He has magnetic center, and magnetic center is the beginning of I. So he no longer has the right to say that he has no I. Naturally, he cannot say that he has a complete and permanent I, but he must already have a line of action, and this must mean an I. It is not yet fully conscious, but it grows. Q. What are the kind of things to look for in trying to separate false personality from the rest of oneself? A. It is necessary to understand the features of false personality, what makes it up. You may be able to see it in the glimpses you remember of the age to which you can attribute the beginning of false personality. There are two things that are permanent in us: buffers and weaknesses or features of false personality. Everyone has 1, 2 or 3 particular weaknesses, and everybody has certain buffers that are especially important, for they enter into all his decisions and his understanding of things. This is all that is permanent in us, and it is lucky for us that there is nothing more permanent, because these things can be changed. Buffers are artificial, they are not organic, they are chiefly acquired by imitation. Children begin to imitate grown-ups and create buffers, and some others are unwittingly created by education. Features or weaknesses can sometimes be found out, and if one knows a feature and keeps it in mind, one may find certain moments when one can act not from this feature. Everybody has many features, but 2 or 3 are particularly important because they enter into every subjectively important situation in one's life. Everything passes through them, all perceptions and all reactions. It is very difficult to realize what this means because we are so accustomed to it that we do not notice it. We are too much in those features, we have not got enough perspective. Q. Must the chief feature necessarily be bad? A. It is chief weakness. Unfortunately, we cannot think that our chief feature is strength, because we have no strength. Q. How can it be weakness if there is no not weakness? A. It means mechanicalness. We are mechanical in all things, but in one or two things we are particularly mechanical and particularly blind. That is why they are chief weaknesses, for we cannot see them. Other things, that are not weaknesses, we can see. Q. What would you call a weakness? Do you judge by ethical standards? A. No. As I said, a weakness is a thing in which you are most mechanical. Naturally, things concerning which you are absolutely helpless, where you are most asleep, most blind, are bound to be your chief weaknesses, because there are degrees in everything. If there were no degrees in our qualities and manifestations, it would be very difficult to study. We can study ourselves only because of these degrees. Even features are not always the same, sometimes they are more definitely expressed, and sometimes, in rare cases, they show themselves to us a little, and only in that way can they be found. But features are difficult to see in oneself. You will realize better what being more mechanical and less mechanical means if we take another example, say illness. If we are ill, we become at once more mechanical. We cannot resist the external world and things in it even as much as we resist them ordinarily. Q. You say we have nothing but weaknesses. Surely desire to be free is not a weakness? There can be one or another kind of desire. Suppose one realizes one's weakness and wishes to get rid of it, and at the same time one does not wish to learn the methods of getting rid of this weakness. This would be a second weakness, helping and protecting the first weakness. Q. But if one makes constant efforts? A. Again, that will belong to the other side of you, to what I call you. This you is not a power or a force, it is merely a combination of certain desires, desires to get rid of something. If you realize that something is wrong, and you formulate a desire to get rid of it, then if you can keep your mind on it sufficiently long, it becomes a certain plan of action, and if this line of action is sufficiently prolonged it can attain results. Only, it is necessary to add again that several different lines of action are needed to attain results, not just one line. We have to work at the same time on one thing and another thing and a third thing. If we work on one line we will get nowhere. Q. I did not understand it when you said once that we cannot change anything but we must act differently. I try to think, while we still remain as we are, we have to act differently. You cannot change at once, change is slow. But you have many things to do, and if you do them in a wrong way you will never change. Being a machine is not an excuse, although people use it. I am a machine, I cannot change anything, and so they do everything as before. Before you came to the work you explained everything by accident. Now you come to the conclusion that tomorrow will be the same as today unless you change. You cannot change, but you have to do. So it is necessary to understand on what lines you must do things differently. Everybody has 2 or 3 particular things where he is accustomed to act in a certain way and where he must try to act differently. These things are not the same for different people. You remember what I said about knowledge and being? The idea is to change being at exactly that point which is difficult for every person. One person must understand certain features and avoid them, another must understand what is lacking in him and try to acquire it, and so on. That is why school is necessary. We need constant reminding about many things. Q. How can I make better use of moments when I feel the miraculousness of the system? A. Make more regular efforts, not occasional efforts. You know why I always speak about this? Because it is self-deception to think that one can awake without special and long work. We must realize how difficult it is. Thinking, not thinking, talking, not talking, feeling, not feeling, everything keeps us asleep. Now we speak theoretically about it, but work cannot be theoretical. The fact that one is asleep must become a permanent realization, one must feel it emotionally. But by itself this realization will not make one awake, special efforts are necessary to wake oneself up for a moment. Q. Is it not necessary to be fairly awake to formulate one's aim? A. This is another thing. Realizing and understanding are possible in a kind of half-sleep, just as one can find one's way home, so we can find the way to our aim. Awakening is a long process. Q. Is hesitation between two different aims a sign of sleep? A. Partly of sleep and partly of incomplete understanding. When one knows what is most important, one has no hesitation. What we must think about now is methods how to awake, which forms of work are best. But what is the use speaking about methods to awake if one does not fully realize the fact of sleep? What do you think about it? What do you feel about the state in which you are? Have you any observations? This is very important, because there are many things about which we can speak seriously only if we have no doubts about this point. So it is necessary to think about this state and its different effects and consequences. If you take one day of your life and try to go over it, you will see that there are many things you would not have done if you were not asleep, because they were unnecessary or wrong, or that you did many other things rather than one particular thing, because for that particular thing it was necessary to be awake. All these conversations, systems, theories can help only if, together with this, you work on yourselves. Q. One realizes the danger of being asleep, but has one something to compensate for the increasing fear of unpleasantness brought by awakening? A. If I am asleep and do not know it, the dangers are there just the same, so if I begin to see the dangers it is better than not seeing them, because then I can avoid them. Q. I find that when I discover a method to make me remember myself, this works for a few times and then wears off. A. You must always change those methods, they do not work for long. It is part of our state. Take it as a fact, there is no need to analyze it. The more new and unexpected things are, the better they will work. This is connected with the fundamental principle of all mental and physical life. We observe, in the ordinary sense, only changes in our associations. We do not feel permanent associations, we notice only changes. So when you are accustomed to them, you have to make some kind of alarm, then you get accustomed to this alarm and it does not work anymore. If you make your alarm clock ring permanently, you will notice it only when it stops ringing. Q. Does the realization of being asleep create its own force for awakening? A. If one realizes one is asleep, one must study means and methods to awake, but it must cease to be a word, it must become a fact based on observation. Only then is it possible to speak with more precision and more practically about it. When one realizes one is asleep, at that moment one is already half awake, but it is not long enough. The next moment something begins to turn in one's head and one gets carried away into sleep again. This is why one cannot awake by oneself, why elaborate methods are necessary. One must be shaken and shaken. Q. And who is to do the shaking? This is the question. A certain number of people who want to awake must agree among themselves that when one of them is asleep someone else may be awake and will do the shaking. But making such an agreement needs sincerity. Those people must really want to awake and must not get angry or offended when they get shaken. Q. What kind of shaking do you mean? A. Ordinary shaking. One finds one way, another. Alarms are also necessary, but it is even more necessary to remember to change them as often as possible. If one feels comfortable, one is asleep, but if one puts oneself in an uncomfortable position, it helps one to awake. Pleasant things only help sleep. Q. Can one find one's own alarms? A. One can try, but it is necessary to have constant change and variation and choose things that will awake one. Otherwise we can awake for a second, decide to keep awake and imagine we are awake when we are really doing all this in a dream, with dream alarms. This is why constant control is necessary, and constant verification as to whether they really awake one or simply create new dreams, or whether one just does not. Here the many more. There is no reason to take too big a thing, but if one tries to take some small habit and check it, that may serve as an alarm, but only for about a week. Next week another will have to be found, perhaps something in connection with the people one lives with or something like that. One must find many alarms. Q. I find I am more aware of myself when alone, so I try to see as few people as possible. No, you must try to remember yourself in all conditions. If you remember yourself when alone, you will forget yourself when you are with people, and if you remember yourself among people you will forget yourself when alone. If you limit yourself to one set of circumstances, you lose at once. The best time to try to remember yourself is when circumstances are most difficult, and the most difficult circumstances are not when you can choose to be alone or not alone but when you have no choice. And why are the most difficult circumstances the best? Because then self-remembering gives the best results. In easy circumstances, if you decide to be alone or not alone, you may get some results. But if you find yourself in a most difficult situation and still manage to remember yourself, the results will be quite incommensurable. Q. Is there any action one could take, besides self-remembering, to discourage inner considering? A. Do that, and that will show you. It is all the same thing. If you consider, you cannot remember yourself. If you want to stop considering, you must remember yourself. Without remembering yourself you cannot stop considering. Q. Does self-remembering help one to get over such a thing as poor health? A. I do not know about that. This is a doctor's business, not ours. We are told that it produces certain chemical effects, but not at once. We can study it only psychologically. We do not know about the chemistry, but we can say that we will feel different. Generally speaking, I can say that every time one tries to study the system from a utilitarian point of view, it fails. The system is not made for that. In some cases self-remembering can produce a physical result one does not expect, but if one tries to work for this result, it will not happen. Q. But isn't physical health important? I certainly one must try to be more or less healthy, so if one is ill one must see a doctor about it. The question of health is important, but you cannot put it together with the question of consciousness. To use these ideas in the interests of health would be quite futile, though quite unexpectedly they may help. Q. Does consciousness require directed attention and will? A. All these things, attention, consciousness, unity, individuality, will, are different shades of the same thing. We divide them, but they are the same. We may have them all for short moments, but we cannot keep them. If you observe yourself for a sufficiently long time, you will find moments of practically everything. But only moments. Our aim is to increase these moments, to strengthen them, to fix them, as you fix a photograph. Q. How should one do that? All work leads in the same direction. Finding names for the things we do not possess will not help. It is necessary to do something about it. Q. Do moments of attention depend on absence of distraction? A. There is always distraction, only we should have control. If we rely on circumstances, work will be in emotional parts of centers, not in intellectual parts. If it is in intellectual parts, it needs directed attention. Our centers are there, fully developed, waiting to be used, but we do not use the higher parts of them. Q. Does one have to sacrifice anything besides all nonsense in order to attain higher states? A. Nonsense is perhaps a good word. But when you sacrifice it, it is not nonsense for you. Objectively it may be nonsense, but if you felt it to be nonsense there would be no sacrifice. Q. There is a conflict in me, and though I know what I want it does not make any difference. I still do the thing that is bad for me. A. This means that you only know. To be able to do is different. Knowledge by itself does not give enough power to do what you want. You have to accumulate energy slowly, chiefly by struggle with imagination, with expression of negative emotions, with talking and so on. This will give you the possibility to do what is better for you. Q. If you had a different attitude towards things, your emotions would be different, wouldn't they? A. What different attitudes? And what things? How can I answer? There are millions of things in the world and millions of different attitudes. You see, this is a practical question, it cannot be asked in this language. Try to see how your question will sound to another person, because you know what you mean by different things and different attitudes, but I do not know. Q. I am asking in connection with right attitudes as a weapon against negative emotions. Does an attitude mean accepting or rejecting? A. It is not a question of rejecting, it is a question of understanding. When I speak about right and wrong attitudes in this connection, I mean attitudes to negative emotions in general, and negative emotions in general are a subject for conversations about the working of the machine. When you speak about your own observation or your personal work, you must describe which negative emotion you mean, jealousy, fear, anger and so on. There can be no generalization, because negative emotions are very different and attitudes are different. About one you can say one thing and about another thing. If we take negative emotions altogether, they have a certain common quality. But when you speak about your own observations you must take things on a different scale, not speak of attitudes, negative emotions, imagination, identification, as though they were abstract things 10,000 miles away from you. It is possible to use these terms for the explanation of general features, but you cannot use them when you talk about your own work. You have a certain personal work to do. You come with a certain aim, you want to get something, and something inside hinders you, and yet you speak about attitudes, negative emotions, considering and so on. Speak about real things. These terms can be in a book, and you speak as though you were taking phrases from a book. You must understand that in our system, or in any system for that matter, whether it is acknowledged or not, there are three different languages, or three ways of thinking: philosophical, theoretical and practical. When I say this is theoretical or this is philosophy in answer to a question, it means that the language is wrong. You cannot ask something in a philosophical way and expect a practical answer. An abstract question cannot have a concrete answer. You must understand that the difference in meaning between these words philosophical, theoretical and practical is quite contrary to the ordinary meaning attributed to them. The philosophical is the easiest approach, the theoretical is more difficult and more useful, and the practical is the most difficult and most useful of all. There can be philosophical knowledge, very general ideas, there can be theoretical knowledge when you calculate things, and there can be practical knowledge, when you can observe and make experiments. In philosophical language you speak not so much about things as about possibilities. In other words, you do not speak about facts. In theoretical language you speak about laws, and in practical language you speak about things on the same scale as yourself and everything around you, that is, about facts. So it is really a difference of scale. Things can be taken on these three scales, and many things change completely according to the scale on which they are taken. They are one thing on the philosophical scale, quite different if taken on the theoretical scale, and on the practical scale quite different again. Try to find examples. Some things can be taken on all three scales, some only on two, and some on one. Even speaking with oneself, one must not mix these three scales, otherwise one will create more confusion than there is already and only understand less and less. Q. Is an effort to self-remember practical? It may be practical, it may be theoretical, and it may be philosophical. Q. Objective consciousness seems to belong to the philosophical scale? A. Quite the reverse, it is very practical. But if you mean for us, then certainly, objective consciousness is a philosophical idea. At the same time, the study of descriptions of glimpses of this state is possible. If one studies these descriptions and tries to find similarities, it can become theoretical. Q. I should like to understand more about this division. I do not know. What is practical? It means what you can do in all senses. Only, doing can be on one scale or another scale. Doing is always more important than thinking or talking. So if we take it that philosophical is thinking, theoretical talking, and practical doing, the practical is more important. Q. What is philosophical thinking? A thinking on a very large scale. The thing may look very beautiful on the philosophical scale, the same thing taken on the theoretical scale may be a very narrow and stupid theory, and, taken practically, it may be a crime. When I first heard about the division into philosophical, theoretical and practical, I was told that schools of knowledge which came from higher mind could be divided into three classes. Practical schools were the highest, then came theoretical, and last philosophical schools. But ordinarily we understand by practical such things as gardening, making boots and so on. By theoretical knowledge we understand mathematics, geology, etc., and by philosophical we understand what we usually want, philosophy. But according to this system, philosophical schools are merely preparatory schools. Q. When I first came to lectures I thought the word school meant a school of thought, but now it seems to be just like the school I was in when I was a boy. Exactly. It is not a question of thought, it is a question of doing. Q. Isn't it in a way a school of thought too, since doing must come from thinking? Certainly there must be a certain amount of thinking, for without thinking we can do nothing, but thinking is only an auxiliary process. It is not the aim in a school of thought. It is sufficient to think about freedom, whereas we want to be free. We are not satisfied with merely thinking about it. Q. Would this school be of all three kinds or only one? A. I think it is better to say all three. It has three sides also. Some people take the system philosophically, others theoretically, and yet others practically. You must not forget that the same thing can be taken in different ways. Q. Is, then, this system connected with philosophy? A. It cannot be quite free from it. In some ways it is a legitimate form of thinking. But in thinking of man's development, of man's progress, it is better to look for psychological landmarks and not for philosophical ones. Psychological landmarks are facts, the others may be imagination. Even if a man's intellect is dealing with big philosophical problems, his being may be on quite a low level. But if a man is more conscious, then all his sides can develop. Q. Who assesses psychological values? A. There are definite objective signs by which one can judge definite inner standards. At a certain point they may become objective. As I said, we do not look for philosophical landmarks, we want psychological landmarks. It is very important to understand this. Philosophical conclusions may be just words, rhetoric, but about psychological landmarks there can be no mistake for oneself. Q. Is it lazy to use philosophical thinking? A. Not necessarily. Sometimes there are things you can take only philosophically, others only philosophically and theoretically. There are things to which we have no practical approach and for which we must find analogies. So sometimes it is quite right. But there are things which you can take only practically, for only then can you value them. Q. You spoke of thinking in new categories. This seems to me as impossible as being able to do. A. Quite right. At the same time, when you begin to understand different categories, you will be able to think, at least sometimes, in a different way. But this is not the whole description of right thinking. Very often you do not think in right categories because you do not have enough knowledge. Even in our state we can think better or worse. Q. When I try to think in a new way, I do not know where to start. A. You have plenty of material. This system. Try to reconstruct it in your mind, to imagine that you are explaining to somebody the ideas of this system. Try to reconstruct what this system says about man and the universe. If you do not remember something, ask other people. This is a good exercise. Either you turn your thoughts and control them, or they turn by themselves. If they turn by themselves, you cannot expect positive results. In order that they should give results you have to drive them. Q. Shall I have to find new words for all system words and ideas when I imagine that I am explaining the system to people outside? A. You cannot invent new words. There is a definite rule that when you speak of the system you must speak using exactly the same language in which you learnt this system, and refer to the origin. There will never be any necessity for you to disguise it. Q. Is it that we cannot think differently until we remove our old ways of thinking completely? No, you cannot wait for this, you have to do so now. One example of thinking in new categories is that thinking must be intentional. We do not realize that whether something is intentional or unintentional changes everything. Q. If you try to arrest the mechanical process of thinking and to think in a new way, does not the other way of thinking tend to become mechanical too? Yes, everything has a tendency to become mechanical. So when you are trying to do something in a new way you must watch not only what you intend to do but many other things. Identification must not enter into it, imagination must not enter, you must learn to control associations and have only those you need, rather than letting them control you. Q. But is there any other kind of thinking besides associative? A. There is controlled thinking. You can limit your thinking to a certain definite point or aim. Associative thinking is accidental. We can go on thinking by old associations without any attempt to change them, or we can try new associations by introducing New points of view. Q. About right thinking. When I try to think of something connected with the system, it peters out. A. For right thinking, it is not sufficient just to think about the system, it is the way you think that is important. You can think rightly or wrongly about the system or about something that has no relation to the system. So it is not a question of the subject but of the method of thinking. And the method cannot be described. You must find examples of wrong thinking and examples of right thinking, and then compare them. We must learn to control our mind. We must understand formatory and defective thinking and be able to use our whole brain instead of only a small part. The only thing that can help in this is to remember oneself. You must try to find some personal connection, some personal interest in the question you want to think about, then that will grow and develop. By personal I mean what you thought before. Questions about it which came to you by themselves and that you could not answer, or something like that. And when you find that now you can see more, that may give a push to other things. Q. In thinking about some idea of the system, it is difficult to keep a line of thought compared with the ordinary things that happen in one's head. The material is so limited. No. The material is very big, something else is limited. Either desire is limited, or effort is limited, but not the material. Q. I should like to know the cause of the resistance to keeping out other thoughts that come creeping in. A. There are two causes. The cause of resistance is one thing and the cause of the thoughts that come interrupting is another. The second shows our ordinary way of thinking. We can never keep a line because accidental associations come in. Resistance is another thing. It is the result of a lack of skill, lack of knowing how to deal with it, lack of experience of intentional thinking on a certain line. This capacity must be educated. I can tell you what is lacking in our thinking, but if you have no observations of your own about it, it will mean nothing to you. Each thought is too short, our thoughts should be much longer. When you have experience of short thoughts and long thoughts, you will see what I mean. Q. I have been struck by the limitations of our thinking capacity. What do they depend on? A. Only when you have examples of a better kind of thinking in yourself, using higher parts of centers, having more consciousness, will you see on what these limitations depend. We know our mind is limited, but we do not know in what it is limited. When you know these two ways of thinking and are able to compare them, you will know where the difference lies, and then it will be possible to speak about causes. Q is the development of a man with a very good intellect bound to be quicker than that of another whose intellect is not so good? I. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Not so much can be done by intellect as by balance of centers and development of consciousness, because even in the ordinary state man 1, 2 and 3 can be more awake or less awake, more conscious or less conscious. A man with a good intellect may be quite asleep, and then he may be too sure of his own intellectual achievement and too identified with it to start working. His intellect may stop him. This often happens. Often intellectual development prevents study. Because a man is too argumentative, demands definitions for everything, and so on. Development of intellect alone is not sufficient. Very soon work on emotions becomes necessary. Q. I noticed that people who have never thought often seem to find less difficulty with the work than others who have thought. Which is better? Both are no good, one who does not think and one who thinks too much. Q. Does the same thing apply to people who are considered brilliant in life? A. People who are considered brilliant may be very different, so it is difficult to speak about them all in one category. They may be really brilliant, they may be just pretending to be brilliant, or other people may pretend that they are brilliant. But if you mean people who are very identified with their brilliance, then it may be very difficult for them, only not as a result of their brilliance but as a result of their identification. Sometimes an advantage in life means a disadvantage in work, for there better man 1, 2 or 3 one is, the more self-will and willfulness one has to conquer. There easiest and the most advantageous from the point of view of the work is to be quite an ordinary man. Q. Is it not essential to become successful in life? Or should one be unidentified with life activities, whatever the result? A. Both are necessary. Success is not dangerous in itself, if only one does not identify with it. The aim is not success or failure, but non-identification. Success may help in many things. Q. How big a part does intellect play in the system? A. Intellect plays a very important part because we begin with it. It is the only center which obeys itself. But development of intellect can go only up to a certain limit. Possibilities lie in the emotional center. Q. Have we anything to control our thoughts now? A. If you have interests in the right direction, those interests control all other things to a certain extent. If we are not interested, we have no control. Q. You said that in trying to think rightly about these ideas you need to use the intellectual part of the intellectual center. Can you do that by trying to control attention when you think? A. No, it is a simultaneous action, you cannot divide it. The fact is that about certain things you can think only in the intellectual part if you think rightly and formulate rightly what it is you want to think about. Then, certainly, you have to keep yourself on this idea without going into imagination. So the function itself determines the place. Q. I have come to the conclusion that I do not know how to think about what I want to think about. Is it because of buffers? A. I think it is simply that we are not accustomed to think about these ideas. We do not think it is necessary to think about them. If we realize the necessity, then perhaps we will be able to. But buffers have nothing to do with it. Q. I think that the general experience is that early contact with the system brings more destruction than construction. A. From my point of view, the idea of construction and destruction is wrong. Nothing is destroyed, but if we imagine that we have something we do not have, then when we start working we may see that we thought we had something but now find that we have not. This means that it is an illusion and we have to sacrifice it. We can have real things or illusions. We lose nothing that we really possess, we only lose the idea that we possess something which we do not possess. It often happens that people become disappointed in the work because, from the very beginning, they start choosing and take some things and not others. So after some time they do not have the system but their own selection from it, and this won't work. Other people want to understand only intellectually and do not want to make experiments with themselves and observe, but without practical work it is impossible to move. Q. Shall we be told when we can start practical work? A. You have been doing some practical work from the very first. If you had done only theoretical work, it would mean you have done nothing. This work is practical from the first. As I have often said, the first condition is that we must never forget what we want to get. People come to this from different sides. Some want to know They realize there is a certain knowledge and that, maybe, there are somewhere people who know, and they want to get this knowledge. Other people realize their weaknesses and understand that if they can get rid of them, things will be different. So people come with different aims, and they must never forget the beginning. They can be reminded, but that will not help much if they themselves do not remember. Q. I wish I could strengthen my aim. I go on reacting in the same way as before and seem to be as mechanical. I suppose it is necessary to try harder? Trying hard will not help by itself, it must be based on understanding. It is more a question of valuation, general valuation, valuation of the ideas. About almost everything you can think in a new way, a better way than before. You can understand and connect together many things you could not put together or understand before you came. Only, unfortunately, you want to keep all the old ways of thinking and have the new at the same time, and so there is no room for the new. Again, if you have some habits of negative emotion, you cannot remember yourself while you have them, so in order to remember yourself, in order to work, you must have a little free time. It is not so much that there is no aim as that you do not want to sacrifice anything. You cannot keep everything you possess and have new things as well. Q. Is it lack of unity in man that makes it so difficult to find the practical connection between the aim of the system and the aims of ordinary life? A. There are no aims in ordinary life. That is where you make a mistake. In ordinary life one aim crosses another aim and destroys it or changes its nature, so that in the end there are no aims. Q. You say that the man in the street has no aim. But when you get older you do not fly about so much, you become interested in one thing. It is one-sided. There are many other sides of one's being and knowledge that this line does not touch at all. Some people can develop a certain oneness even in life, but these are exceptions. If, as you say, one becomes interested in one thing, only one group of eyes develops this interest, others do not know about it, only a small minority is concerned. So there are two questions here. The question of minority and majority, and the fact that if a line of interest appears it does not touch many other things and occupies only a small part of one's being. The whole being never takes part in it. I think that what was said before about this question of values in the work and in ordinary life must be understood better. In ordinary life there are so many imaginary values that it is useful to clarify a little. In life the best things have no meaning, people see what is small but miss what is big. In the work you have to do many different things first in order to feel that you are waking up. Then other things come, everything comes, for this is only the beginning. Aim is necessary in the work, but it cannot be an arbitrary or invented aim. There can only be one aim to awaken, and it can only come when you realize that you are asleep, otherwise there is no necessity for it. All other aims, however one may formulate them, must be in line with that. Then, when one wants to awake, one begins to see obstacles, one sees what keeps one asleep, one finds a quantity of mechanical functions, talk, lying, negative emotions and so on, and one realizes that all life consists of mechanical functions that leave no time for awakening. One understands then the need to suppress them, or at least to make them less strong, then one may have time for awakening. Q. My problem is, do I really want to awake? What can I say? Suppose you come to a shop and ask, do I want to buy something? Here or not? It is the same in this case. So how can I answer? You must understand that at first you get only unpleasant things. Maybe, I only say maybe, the possibility to Get something pleasant depends on the capacity to accept something very unpleasant. Maybe this is the only chance. And if you agree to have something very unpleasant, you always get more than you bargained for. If you agree to half a pound of unpleasant things, you get 20 pounds. The great question is, what is the coin in which we have to pay? Effort is not really currency yet. Effort has to be exchanged for something else and something else again, until you get to something that can be currency. It is very complicated. But what frightened you? Suffering is the word in my mind. I do not think it is in me to face unpleasant things. It is a matter of taste. What does unpleasant mean? It means paying. I quite agree that it is better to get things for nothing, but such a method has not been invented yet. Either one understands this and says, I will pay, only I must know how, or one doubts and says, I had better either not pay, or pay to myself. Then nothing happens. At first I was anxious to work. Now I find there is too much to be done and I feel it is hopeless. Although it seems much in description, it all comes to the same thing. It needs time. It is an organic process. Things have been going wrong for many years. It is necessary to give them time to turn round. Sometimes I feel very frightened that I do not know what I am doing, or what I want. I allow myself to get very negative. First, you must not allow, and second, when in a state of doubt, you must remember to try and bring up other eyes which have a certain valuation. This is the only way to conquer doubts. There are times when I feel a great revulsion for this work and a longing to escape, because there is something in me which I do not want to give up. How can I struggle with it? Either you have to escape, or continue to hesitate until you become sure of one thing or another. You must not do anything while you hesitate. It is very important to remember that. Just as in the case of understanding, you must choose only things which you understand better and think about them, so in relation to doing, you must choose things about which you are sure, and not spoil your life by things which you do not understand. If you think rightly, that is to say, if you collect and keep only the things you understand, and try to do things you understand, their number will increase. But if you fill your mind with things you do not understand, you will never move. This is a very definite part of the system's method. Many things we know very well, but we continue to deceive ourselves, mainly about words. It is very difficult to understand the value of words. Poor in spirit are those who do not believe in words, and rich in spirit are those who believe in words. Often people say, if I do this and that it will be beautiful. They do not understand that it is impossible to do exactly as they wish, that each thing will be a little different, and in the end everything will be quite different. Then, when they see that it is different, they say, yes, but the original idea was good. It was not good. It only looked beautiful as an idea, but in realization it often becomes its own opposite. It will necessarily change because of friction. There are some ideas that can pass through triads and others that cannot, that can exist only in the form of one force, or half a force, or a quarter. I believe that the understanding we are seeking is attainable only by some. Is it not probable that many of us may get to a blank wall of elimination and no further? Nothing can be guaranteed. But if one wants something and tries to work and does not show some particularly unpleasant feature very difficult to deal with, one has a chance. That is all I can say. one has exactly the same chance as everybody else. One person may have very good and beautiful features, and yet behind this have one small feature that makes work very difficult, more difficult perhaps than for somebody else who does not have such brilliant features. Q. Is conscience what would help most to know oneself? A. Yes, it is a necessary element, one has to pass through it. It is the most unpleasant thing in the world, because in the ordinary state we can hide things from ourselves. If we do not want to see something, we just shut our eyes and do not see it. But in the state of conscience our eyes will not shut. Q. How can one bring the ideas of the system into daily life? A. By studying yourself and studying the system. Everybody has many personal questions and problems, but at present the system stands apart. Little by little, you will learn to connect it with more and more things, and after some time ideas of their system will enter into everything. Q. Is it then a waste of time to talk unnecessarily, to laugh and joke when one feels like it? A. There is nothing wrong in it by itself. What is wrong is what increases mechanicalness. Passing time in chatting and laughing is one of the most mechanical things. It depends on what you want. If you decide to have a rest, it may really be a rest. But if you cannot stop it, if it gets hold of you, then it is wrong. Q. I can observe what a great deal of energy I waste in vague imaginings, daydreams, and worrying, but I am powerless to prevent this. The whole system is a way of preventing this. But first you must study. You are dealing with a very complicated machine and you must know it. By studying it one learns what must remain, what must disappear, what helps and what hinders, what one must remove, what one must encourage. People either do not realize that they can change, or if they realize it, they take it too easily. They think it is enough to realize, to decide, and one will change. But realization, by itself, will not produce a change. We have too many tendencies created in us. We must know how to struggle with them. Q. I am constantly up against my past. The roots are far back. A. Quite right. Only there is no direct method, we have to begin with today. We cannot change yesterday. Try to change today and this may produce a certain change tomorrow. This is everybody's state, a condition in which we have to start. But it is not an obstacle that cannot be overcome. Q. I have been very negative lately about the conditions in which I found myself, and I feel I cannot see clearly what attitude I should take. It is quite true that in certain conditions one identifies too much with something and loses the possibility to see the difference of things. Sometimes it is impossible to do anything, and sometimes it is possible to struggle. Besides, we have a tendency to magnify and exaggerate. The conditions may not be so bad. There are many points of view, and only you can decide what the case is really like. Q. The difficulty is that I do not know what is right and what is wrong in ordinary life. And this acts as a screen or a whitewash over my actions. A. We cannot say we do not know. We know, or at any rate we should know. Nobody can live without certain ideas of right and wrong. But when you come to the system and understand the basis of it, you see that right is connected with consciousness and wrong with mechanicalness. If people are a little conscious, little as they can be, so to say approximately conscious, they have a better direction. even standing in the same place, but turned one way or another, makes a difference. Q. Is it wrong to ask questions to satisfy curiosity? A. Curiosity is a normal thing, if it is strong enough to make you study and if it is a right kind of curiosity, because there are different kinds. Right curiosity is a very important intellectual emotion. Q. Where does our curiosity for truth come from? And why are we curious at all? A. Curiosity is a special emotion which exists in each center. In the intellectual center it is connected with desire to know. But how do you connect it with the idea of truth? It is simply an intellectual process. Intellectually we distinguish what is true and what is false, and naturally we are curious about what is true and not about what is false, again only in our mind. Although we do not know what truth is, we can know what is definitely not true. Our mind is so made that we can know what is false, although in many cases we cannot say what is true. Q. What is the difference between desire to know and ordinary curiosity? A. What makes the difference is on what it is directed. If you want to know your neighbor's business that does not concern you, or if you want to know about triads, these two desires are in different parts of centers. Ordinary curiosity is just weakness, foolishness. Q. I suppose I lack the right kind of curiosity, because I find difficulty in asking questions. Either I am too lazy or I think I can answer them myself. A. If you really want to ask certain questions, you will ask them even if you think you already know the answer. If you try to think, you will have questions. You are bound to have many questions now, only you do not formulate them. It is impossible not to have questions, for there are hundreds of things you would like to know. So you must think about these things and try to formulate them. Q. What does it really mean to have unity? I thought it was the same as permanent I, but now I am not so sure. A. It may be the same. It depends where you start from in your understanding. You may make a decision, and then 2 or 3 days later act against it and justify yourself. Or you may want to struggle, try not to do something you usually do, and when you find yourself doing it again, you realize that you have no unity. Even in our state we can strive to attain unity, that is, collect ourselves, or we can be dispersed and do nothing about it. Q. When one is struggling to do a job one does not like, what can one do to do it well, apart from not identifying? A. At first, when you are trying to do a job of work, you cannot catch the right point from which you can do it, because work of one or another kind can be done only from one point in yourself and it is sometimes very difficult to find this point. For instance, it is often like that when you want to write a letter, but once you start you may write more than you thought you could. The whole thing is finding the right point of there. Right center. For everything we do there is a certain part of a certain center that can do it, or at any rate do it much better than any other part of the same center or of other centers. Q. Does doing a thing well involve some measure of subjection of false personality? A. To a certain extent it may be understood that way. It means that, if one can do something well, one is able to have a certain standard by which one can measure both how other people do things and how one does things oneself and see when one does something in a wrong way. If one has nothing like that, if one can do nothing well, one has no standard. Q. I have a certain critical attitude to people I see a lot and I tried to stop it, but it has come back again very badly. A. Yes. Sometimes it can be a very oppressive thing and more difficult to stop than people think. There is only one thing, just to look at it from the point of view of personal profit. Does this critical attitude give you anything or not? You will see that it gives you nothing. We often forget this question of personal profit, yet it is not only legitimate, it is the only criterion. Sometimes we spend enormous efforts, time and emotion on things from which we can get no benefit. Perhaps this will help you not to criticize. It is just the same as criticizing the weather. Q. I often think that things are arranged badly. A. And you can arrange them better? You can struggle with this way of thinking not at the time when you feel emotionally but later, when you can see better, if only from the point of view that we have to take everything as it is. You cannot change it, you can only change yourself. This is the only right attitude, and if you think sufficiently often about it, this emotional element will disappear and you will see things on the right scale, in right relationships. Q. Is there a way to prevent expressing annoyance? I lose such a lot of energy by it. A. And by expressing it you may create cause for another annoyance. Try to catch yourself on that. When you express annoyance, try to see that you do it not because you realize that you cannot help it but because you deceive yourself by thinking that you do it for a purpose. You wish to change things, people should not do this thing and cause you annoyance, and so on. But after you have expressed it, it may be worse. They may annoy you even more. It is quite useless to produce wrong results if you think about this wrong result. Maybe you will find the energy not to express your annoyance, and then the cause may disappear, because what annoyed you before would make you laugh. We often think we express negative emotions, not because we cannot help it, but because we should express them. There is always something deliberate in it. Q. But cannot you be rightly angry if something is wrong? A. The most dangerous negative emotions come from the feeling of injustice, indignation. They make you lose more energy, and they are worse if you are right. Q. Why is it worse if you are right? A. Because you justify it. If you are wrong, you can see that it is absurd to be angry. But this is not a complete explanation. Start looking at it from this point of view. Remember that there are very big things that are wrong. We usually identify with small things and forget the big. If we begin to think about the big things, we realize that it is no use identifying with one small thing that is wrong. And one small identifying leads to another small identifying. But again, it is not a complete explanation. Q. Can people have a permanent influence on others? A. Yes, to a certain extent they can, as much as you permit them. If you let yourself go in this direction and let them influence you, they will have an influence. But if you say to yourself, I do not want to be influenced, they will have no influence. Remember, they are machines. Can a machine influence you? Yes, if you allow it. Suppose you see a wonderful car and would give your life to have this car, it means that you are influenced by this car. It is just the same with people. You are open to the influence of other people as much as you identify or consider. Q. In relation to work, can one do people harm by influencing them in a wrong way? A. Yes, one can with some people, not with everybody. Some people are very easily influenced, so if you give them wrong ideas about the work it may do harm. This is why in speaking with people it is always necessary to be careful not to be misunderstood, not to give a wrong impression. Q. Would you explain why deep sleep should follow a moment of interest and urge to experiment, and why during sleep all desire to repeat the experiment goes? Every function, every effort, needs energy, and awakening needs special energy. If at the moment of awakening something wrong happens, if there is some kind of identification, or something like that, it produces an enormous waste of energy, and after that one may be asleep for a long time without remembering the possibility of awakening. But only if something wrong happens at the moment of awakening. And in our present state something wrong can happen any moment, because we do not know what is happening. For instance, some negative emotion may come in and produce such waste of energy that none will be left for a long time. So the most important moments to try to remember oneself are moments when one is habitually most identified, for if one can remember oneself at these difficult moments, other moments will be easier. But if one chooses only the easiest moments, then at difficult moments one will never be able to do it. It is necessary to try both. Q. In your view, if a man could live the whole of his life in a state of consciousness, could he do no wrong? A. We cannot take such extreme cases and speak of always. But if a man were to become even a little conscious, if he were able to control himself occasionally for half an hour or even for a few minutes, it would make such an enormous difference that all we know about ordinary man would be inapplicable to him. About doing wrong, that is a different question. If a man can remember himself even to this extent, you can say definitely that he will do nothing more or less serious without knowing what he is doing, and at a moment when he is doing something particularly important he will become conscious. Q. Could you tell me the difference between two men on their deathbed, one of whom has learnt the art of self-remembering and one of whom has never heard of it? No, it needs an imaginative writer to describe this. There are many different possibilities. The men may be very different and there may be different circumstances. I think I had better tell you a story. It is an old story, told in the Moscow groups in 1916 about the origin of the system and the work and about self-remembering. It happened in an unknown country at an unknown date that a sly man was walking past a cafe and met a devil. The devil was in very poor shape, both hungry and thirsty, so the sly man took him into the cafe, ordered some coffee and asked him what the trouble was. The devil said that there was no business. In the old days he used to buy souls and burn them to charcoal, because when people died they had very fat souls that he could take to hell, and all the devils were pleased. But now all the fires in hell were out, because when people died there were no souls. Then the sly man suggested that perhaps they could do some business together. "Teach me how to make souls," he said, "and I will give you a sign to show which people have souls made by me," and he ordered more coffee. The devil explained that he should teach people to remember themselves, not to identify and so on, and then, after some time, they would grow souls. The sly man set to work, organized groups and taught people to remember themselves. Some of them started to work seriously and tried to put into practice what he taught them. Then they died, and when they came to the gates of heaven, there was Saint Peter with his keys on one side and the devil on the other. When Saint Peter was ready to open the gates, the devil would say, "May I just ask one question? Did you remember yourself?" "Yes, certainly," the man would answer, and thereupon the devil would say, "Excuse me, this soul is mine." This went on for a long time, until they managed somehow to communicate to the earth what was happening at the gates of heaven. Hearing this, the people he was teaching came to the sly man and said, "Why do you teach us to remember ourselves if, when we say we have remembered ourselves, the devil takes us?" The sly man asked, "Did I teach you to say you remember yourselves? I taught you not to talk." They said, "But this was Saint Peter and the devil." And the sly man said, "But have you seen Saint Peter and the devil at groups? So do not talk." Some people did not talk and they managed to get to heaven. I did not only make an arrangement with the devil, I also made a plan by which to deceive the devil. Chapter 14. personal difficulties. Necessity of finding one's most urgent and persistent difficulty. Negative emotions, imagination, formatory thinking. Creating new points of view. Struggle with identification. 3 categories of negative emotions and how to deal with them. Transformation of negative emotions. Irritation, laziness, dull. Negative states. Different forms of imagination. Giving up suffering. Voluntary suffering as the greatest force we can have. The role of suffering in organic life. Man is specially made for evolution. Responsibility in personal work. Necessity of working on many lines at once. Formatory thinking and its characteristics. Associative thinking. The need of higher centers to understand truth. Meditation. Right thinking. Imaginary conversations. Different meanings of faith. Life after death. Now the time has come for you to think about personal things that are near and practical. We have spoken much about theory and you use too many words without asking yourselves what you mean by them. Now we must deal with facts. We must understand where we can start from as we are at any given moment. There are things we could control but do not control through laziness, lack of knowledge, suspicion or something else. We must think about these things. That would be right thinking. Try to find your personal difficulties. I do not mean difficulties of an external kind, but inner difficulties. Personal features, personal inclinations and disinclinations, attitudes, prejudices, activities which can stop your understanding and prevent you working. All the difficulties you can meet with in your personal work can be roughly divided into 3 categories or classes. First of all, negative emotions. For some people this is the first and perhaps the chief point, so they have to begin with the study of negative emotions and study of methods of non-identification. Some people cannot stop being negative, generally in some particular direction, and when negative emotions become hardened and permanent they usually stop every kind of work. Everything becomes mechanical and a person cannot progress. The second point is imagination, particularly negative imagination, for it is as bad as negative emotions. By imagination I do not mean daydreaming, I mean rather imagining things that do not exist either in oneself or in other people. Everybody must try to find this kind of imagination in himself and the particular things to which it relates. The third point is formatory thinking and formatory talking. If one does not have a picture of what is formatory and what is not formatory, one cannot progress. It is necessary to get this picture. It is very useful to find some good examples of formatory thought and to keep these examples in mind. Then it will not be difficult to recognize it when you catch yourself thinking formatorily or hear someone else speaking formatorily. These are the chief kinds of difficulties you have to find in yourselves. For one person one thing is more permanent, for another person another. Later you will probably discover many more things, but in the beginning you will find that it is roughly one of these. One can have a difficulty that is most urgent, and everybody can find which of these 3 is theirs. You must find what is most pressing to struggle against and concentrate on that. There must be reasons for deciding on one or another, but all 3 refer to everybody. For most people it is necessary to begin with negative emotions. For some others it is necessary to begin with imagination, for they invent things and so never come to real things. And for yet others it is necessary to struggle with formatory thinking, for if they don't they will always remain in the same place. Q. You said there were many ways of destroying negative emotions. What are they? A. First you must know them. You must know in yourself the most important negative emotion, because everybody has a pet one and you must begin with that. You must know where to begin, and when you know that, you can study practical methods. But, first and last, when you find negative emotions in yourself, you must understand that the causes are in you and not in other people. They are internal, not external. When you realize that they are in yourself, results will begin to come according to the depth of your conviction and the continuance of your memory. You see, what I want you to understand is that each person separately has a certain definite point which prevents him from working rightly. This point must be found. Each person has many such points, but one is bigger than the others. So each of you separately must find your chief difficulty and, having found it, work against it. This may help you for a certain time, and then perhaps you will have to find another difficulty, and another, until you find your difficulty of the present moment. You will not be able to work in the right way. The first difficulty for everybody is the word I. You say I and do not think that this is only a small part of you that is speaking. But behind and beyond this there must be something else, and this is what you have to find. It may be a particular kind of negative emotion, a particular kind of identification, or imagination, or many other things. You must understand that all the difficulties people have are such because people are such. Difficulties can disappear or change only when people change. Nobody can make their difficulties easier for them. Suppose a good magician came and took away all their difficulties, it would be a very bad service to them, for people would be satisfied to remain as they are because there would be no reason for them to wish to change. Try to think what makes things very difficult or takes much of your attention. Q. I think my difficulty is self-pride. A. Self-pride makes a good servant but a bad master. But how to make it a servant? Only by beating it. Take the example in the New Testament about turning the other cheek. An ordinary person will say that self-pride will not let him. But if you can turn self-pride into a good servant, it will make you do that. And this is important, because to be able to do that means other things as well: a quicker perception, control over the emotional and moving centers, and many other things. Q. I don't quite see how to begin finding my chief difficulty. A. Everybody must try to find his own difficulty, not somebody else's, and in order to do that one must get rid of one's prejudices and of thinking that ideas are one thing, work another, and life yet another. So long as you think like that, you will not understand. You must realize that you work here for your own personal aims and that there is no difference between life and work. There are many things that stand in your way in a life sense now, and in order to conquer them and improve matters you must do what the work suggests. The results will be seen in ordinary life, in relation to people, to things, and to the work you have to do in life. So try to ask questions only referring to your own personal difficulties. Abstract things we may admit occasionally, but remember that they are not the first aim. Q. How can I struggle with possessiveness? A. First of all, mind must become free from justification of it. Mind must be separate, it must not identify. We have a certain control of mind, to a certain extent we can command here. If you decide not to justify a certain negative emotion, it is already the beginning of the struggle. Then the mind will act on emotions. What is the cause of negative emotions? They are always caused by other people, it is always other people's fault. That must be stopped. You must recognize that the cause of your negative emotions is in you. And you must not find reasons for negative emotions, it is always easy to find reasons. Q. Should we try to discover what it was in us that was demanding expression of a negative emotion? A. Very often it is imitation. Somebody else expresses negative emotion. And something in you admires him, and thinks, how beautifully he expresses this negative emotion, and wants to imitate, and you do not know it. It may be many other things, but very often it is imitation. Q. When you say we must work on fundamental ideas of the system, do you mean like work on negative emotions? Can it be called work if one tries hard to work on oneself in this way? A. In any case, whatever you call it, you have got to work on negative emotions first. By studying them, then trying not to express them, then going further and finding your own favorite negative emotion. Suppose somebody has no self-pity, then it is easy for him to work on self-pity. But he may have some other emotion, his own particular one, against which it is difficult to struggle. Generally one has only a few principal negative emotions, although some exceptional people may have more. Q. I find it possible to struggle with smaller negative emotions, but sometimes they are too strong and there is an explosion. A. I tried to explain that negative emotions are different, and you cannot use the same methods against all of them. In all cases you must be prepared. It is too late to think when you are already in the negative emotion. You must study identification and be able not to identify. You must be able to think in the right way, not at that moment, but before and after. And you must be able to use negative emotions for self-remembering. But before all that you must be able to control the manifestation of negative emotions. If you cannot control the manifestation, you cannot start struggling with negative emotions themselves. But you must understand that you can do nothing when you are in the negative emotion. You can do it before and after. Sometimes, when you are better prepared, you can use them for self-remembering, but that is quite a special thing. In the work everything can be used, all wrong functions can be used. So negative emotions of all kinds can be useful as a help for self-remembering. By that, I mean that you can train yourself in such a way that negative emotions will remind you of the necessity of remembering yourself. Q. Did you say that the intellectual center could control the emotional center if we knew how? Can you tell us how? The whole thing is to learn how. Find emotions connected with a certain kind of thinking, with certain points of view. If you acquire new points of view, then after some time the emotion connected with the old points of view will disappear. Many emotions depend on points of view, but it is slow work. Q. Why must it be done slowly? A. Because nobody can do it quickly. It takes some time to change points of view, to have new points of view established. It means breaking down buffers, and this is a painful thing. Besides, buffers cannot be destroyed at once, because then one will have no control at all. In the ordinary way, one controls oneself with the help of buffers. So buffers must be destroyed gradually and must be created at the same time. If a buffer is destroyed, will must be put in its place, otherwise one will not be protected by the buffer and one will have no will, so one will be in a worse state than with the buffer. That is why mechanical systems of self-development are dangerous, because by some mechanical means, without knowing what one is doing, one can destroy one or another important buffer without putting anything in its place, and become worse off than before. Means must be conscious, one must know. Q. Can one always find one's chief negative emotion, or only sometimes? A. One can if one is sincere about it. It is a question of sincerity, and of a certain effort, but we do not want to make this effort, so we never do. Even if we decide to look for our negative emotions, we concentrate on small emotions. We are never sincere enough to admit what our chief negative emotion is, because sometimes it looks ugly. When I said it is necessary to find one's chief negative emotion, I meant not the most important but the most persistent. If you find them and try to work on them, it often helps to see against what other emotions you can struggle. There are usually 2 or 3 you can struggle with. But you must be more precise and not just talk about emotions in general. General talk about emotions is good for general thinking, but not for acting. You can act only in relation to definite facts. Q. Are not the most dangerous negative emotions jealousy, fear, hate, anger? No, this is a wrong classification. The most useful classification is by the degree of identification, for it does the most harm. You take these as negative emotions of their first degree, but it is not necessarily true. For some people maybe self-pity is their worst. For another person the worst thing may be the feeling of injustice. You never know which is worst, because it depends on identification and on features, since their capacity to feel certain emotions particularly strongly and identify with them may be the chief feature of false personality. It is different for different people. Q. Which negative emotions has one to transform? All of them. There is no need to make a catalogue. One must first begin with those one can tackle, and then pass to more difficult and still more difficult, if it is possible. Negative emotions are an intermediate state between sanity and insanity. A man whose center of gravity is in negative emotions cannot be called sane and cannot develop. He must become normal first. Negative emotions must be divided into 3 categories. First, the more usual, more ordinary everyday emotions. You must observe them and must already have a certain control over their expression. When you have acquired a certain control of non-expression of these negative emotions, the question comes as to how to deal with the emotions themselves. You must start dealing with them by trying not to identify as often and as much as you can, for they are always connected with identification, and if you conquer identification, they disappear. The second category of emotions do not appear every day. They are the more difficult, more complex emotions depending on some mental process, such as suspicion, hurt feelings and many things like that. They are harder to conquer. You can deal with them by creating a right mental attitude, by thinking not at the time, but in between, when you are quiet. Try to find the right attitude, the right point of view, and make it permanent. If you create right thinking, that will take all power from these negative emotions. Then there is the third category, much more intense, much more difficult and rare. Against them you can do nothing. These 2 methods, struggle with identification and creating right attitudes, do not help. When such emotions come, you can do only one thing. You must try to remember yourself with the help of the emotion. If you learn to use them for self-remembering, they may diminish and disappear after some time. But for this you have to be prepared. At present, since you do not know which emotion belongs to which category, you must try to use all 3 methods for all of them. But later you will see that they are divided into these categories, and in one case one thing helps, in another case another thing. In all cases you must be prepared. As I said in the beginning, it will be difficult to struggle with them or conquer them, but you will learn through time. Only, never mix emotions with the expression of negative emotions. That always comes first. As long as you cannot stop the expression, it means that you can do nothing about the emotions themselves. So before you can do anything else you must learn to control the manifestation of negative emotions. If you learn to control the expression, then you can start. Q. It seems that the effort to remember oneself makes one more vulnerable and more easily swayed by emotions. How can one protect oneself? A. One cannot protect oneself in the beginning. One has to risk it if it works that way. Actually, it works both ways. From one point of view it makes you more sensitive, from another point of view it gives you more control. Q. With one's habitual negative emotions, is it some particular feature in oneself that always brings them? A. Quite possibly, but if you practice non-identifying you will see that you identify with many, many things, not only with negative emotions. From morning till night you pass from one identification to another, but when you try more than usually not to identify, you may notice many negative emotions you have not seen before. Some you may see full size, of others you may only notice their tails disappearing. If you try noticing and not identifying, it will make you stronger in dealing with emotions. Q. What is the right way to find interest in things without identification? A. There is no right way. You must either think about right things or connect everything with self-remembering. If you can think about right things, you can be interested in them without identification, but if you become identified, all thinking disappears and it becomes just a formatory repetition of words. Q. One negative emotion which is always happening to me sets me against people whom I think I have neglected or harmed in some way. It is based on identification. I cannot see how to escape from it. A. It is difficult to say. We are so mechanical that in some cases we are not responsible. At the same time one has no right to say I am not responsible, so it does not matter what I do. One must do what one can. But non-identifying will not help in this case. If you feel you have done something wrong, try not to do it again. Very often people give all their energy to thinking about the wrong things they did and next day do exactly the same. Q. Did you say that negative emotions would be useful if we could be not identified with them? A. If we could be not identified, we would have different results. That would help very definitely, since it would give orientation to life and many other things we do not know yet. Yes, I said if we could not identify they would be very useful functions. As they are not useful. All negative emotions that we cannot avoid become useful functions if we use them for self-remembering. Some people manage to do that and get two things at once: elimination of the negative emotion and creation of self-remembering. If you have a persistent negative emotion and by right thinking connect it with self-remembering, then, after some time, it will help self-remembering, and after some more time, if you persist, the emotion will disappear. So they can serve a useful purpose if you can use them, but if you identify with them, they are no good at all. Q. Is there anything one can do about negative emotions when one is in a bad state? A. One must not believe in this bad state. Equally one must not believe in a good state, that it will always remain. Both bad and good state will change. If one believes too much in a good state, a bad state comes and one is not prepared, and as a result one is too much affected. If one identifies too much with one's bad state, one feels that one can do nothing. Bad state or good state, one has to go on. There is only one way. Q. Does strong jealousy come under the second category? A. That is for you to decide. It may have very many different forms and manifestations. Generally it is based on justification. Mentally you agree with it, approve it, prepare the ground for it. When you stop preparing the ground, it may disappear or be transformed into something different. But this is too general a description. There are 10,000 different kinds of jealousy, but the basis of them, almost inevitably, is that you feel you have the right to be jealous. You must always remember that all causes of negative emotions are in us. Are negative emotions catching? Is that what makes family life so difficult? Yes, it is a definite fact that negative emotions are very infectious, but particularly infectious for yourself. If you have certain negative emotions and admit them, if you do not deny them in your mind, they are bound to be repeated and become stronger and stronger. Self-pity, to me, is not an unpleasant emotion, though I consider it to be a negative one. Should it be stopped? Particularly if it is pleasant. When self-pity is pleasant, it is a particularly poisonous emotion. How can I think rightly about self-pity? In thinking about it, you must create in your mind a permanent solvent, an attitude, which will break up your self-pity when it appears. Find the comical side of it, the absurd side, find the insane side. Do not stand on ceremony with yourself. If you succeed in forming a permanent attitude, then as soon as self-pity appears, pour the solvent over it and it will dissolve. Find what is foolish, what is mad in self-pity, not by analysis but by examples. You will find many features in it if you think and observe sincerely, and if you keep them in mind, self-pity will not dare to raise its head. But if you find it does not disappear, that means a wrong attitude, and not only attitude. Self-pity is not quite normal, so study it, find all its strange features, try to be ashamed of it, do not think or speak about it as if it were something harmless or pleasant. I find in myself a very great self-indulgence, which I believe is my chief weakness and obstacle in the work. But by my own efforts I do not know how to struggle with it in any but the most feeble way. Very often you cannot fight, or you do not know how to begin to work against some special weakness, but it does not matter. Work against any weakness and you will work against this weakness. It is a very easy way of justifying yourself to say you do not know how to fight against a weakness. Leave it alone and fight against some other weakness. The result will be the same. In special cases we have to return to some difficulty again and again, but in general all efforts lead in the same direction. Whether it is struggle against negativeness, imagination or anything else. Why does giving way to anger give me a definite feeling of exhilaration? First, because it is a habit, second, because it is easy. Every giving way to a habit gives pleasure. The machine always likes to work by the line of least resistance, but in the work we must go by the line of strongest resistance. Fear need not be a negative emotion. It may be necessary. It is the basis of many negative emotions. We do not speak about instinctive emotions now. Negative emotions of the instinctive center are necessary, but others are almost all useless. But even instinctive emotions can lead to imagination. For instance, one may be afraid of snakes and, living in a country where there is only a snake and half, one may pass one's life in fear of snakes. This is imagination. Isn't one often afraid of things one knows nothing about? A fear is simply a certain state, it can be without any object. This shows how useless negative emotions are. We often invent objects for an emotion when the emotion is already there. Take envy, fear, suspicion. We think the emotion is produced in us by something outside, when in reality it is in us. We only look for an object afterwards, and in this way we justify it. I still cannot understand why all causes of negative emotions are in myself. If you observe yourself, you will see causes outside remain the same, but sometimes they produce negative emotion in you, sometimes not. Why? Because real causes are in you. There are only apparent causes outside. If you are in a good state, if you are remembering yourself, if you are not identifying, then nothing that happens outside, relatively speaking, for I do not mean catastrophes, can produce a negative emotion in you. If you are in a bad state, identified, immersed in imagination, then everything just a little unpleasant will produce a violent emotion. It is a question of observation. But I still do not see how some things, for instance, people's behavior, could fail to produce negative emotion. They are machines. Why should the behavior of machines produce negative emotion? If a machine hits you, it is your own fault. You must not be in the way of the machine. You may have a negative emotion, but it is not the fault of the machine. It is your own fault. Other people do not have as much power over you as you think. It is only the result of identification. You can be much more free if you do not identify, and sometimes you are more free. That is why I say it must be observed. If you observe well, you will see that sometimes you identify more, sometimes less, and because of this, sometimes you are absolutely in the power of negative emotions and sometimes you have a certain resistance. It may take a long time to learn how to resist negative emotions, but it is not impossible. You must understand one thing about negative emotions: we are too much afraid of them, we consider them too powerful. We can show resistance to them if we persist and do not consider them inevitable and omnipotent. I could see myself losing my temper the other day when I was talking to somebody, but I could not stop it. How can I control temper? This is an example of mechanicalness. You cannot control your temper when it has already begun to appear. It is then too late. Struggle must begin in your mind. You must find your way to think rightly about a definite difficulty. Suppose you have to meet a certain man who irritates you. Your temper shows itself, you do not like it. How can you stop it? You must begin with the study of your thinking. What do you think about this man? Not what you feel when you are irritated, but what do you think about him at quiet moments? You may find that in your mind you argue with him, you prove to him that he is wrong, you tell him all his mistakes. You find that, generally, he behaves wrongly towards you. This is where you are wrong. You must learn to think rightly then. If you do, it will happen like this. Although emotion is much quicker than thought, emotion is a temporary thing, but thought can be made continuous, so whenever the emotion jumps out, it hits against this continuous thought and cannot go on and manifest itself. So you can struggle with the expression of negative emotions, as in this example, only by creating continuous right thinking. To explain what right thinking is in a few words is impossible. It is necessary to study it. If you remember what I said about parts of centers, you will come to that. Because in most cases and most conditions in ordinary life people think only with the mechanical part of the intellectual center, which is the formatory apparatus. This is not sufficient. It is necessary to use the intellectual part of the intellectual center. Identifying is the chief reason why we do not use it. Trying to self-remember and trying not to identify is the best means of passing into higher parts of centers. But we always forget about identification and about self-remembering. You can conquering negative emotions, like fear, create energy? Very much so. This is one of the best means of collecting energy. All possibilities of development are contained in conquering negative emotions and transforming them. A man with negative emotions will never do anything. Q. Into what kind of things can negative emotions be transformed? A. It is better to say they must be conquered. But, if you like, we can say that they are transformed into some kind of emotion mixed with very much understanding, an emotion of higher parts of centers. Almost any negative emotion we have now can be transformed into an emotion of higher parts of centers, but this needs understanding, conviction that it is necessary, and decision to do it. Q. Is it negative emotions that prevent us from getting into those emotional states? A. Yes. We have enough money, but we spend it all on unpleasant things. If we save enough, we can use it in the right way. Power to use comes with quantity. Q. I observe two kinds of indignation in myself, one when, for example, I see a child hurt, and another when something annoys me myself. Are they both equally negative? The more unselfish the indignation is, and the more right you are, the worse it is. The more energy you lose in it, the more negative results it will produce. Q. Why am I so much sooner aroused into negative emotions during discussions than at any other time? Political discussions, for instance. A. Because you always think that things can be different when you realize and become firmly convinced that things could not be different, you cease to argue. Arguing is based on the idea that things could be different and that some people could do things differently. Try to think from the point of view that all that happens happens because it cannot be different. If it could be different, it would have happened differently. It is very simple, but very difficult to realize. Q. If we see something we do not like in others, is it because they are mirrors for ourselves and we have the same thing in us? A. Chiefly, yes, but it is a great thing to realize that maybe people dislike others because they are mirrors of themselves. They do not realize it, but somehow feel it vaguely, and it makes them dislike them. However, there is also a principle in the work that before becoming better one has to become worse. It is not only because one notices more, one actually does become worse before one acquires more control. Q. If one always remembered about people that they could not act in any other way, could one then understand them? A. Naturally you must remember that. And until this remembering is constant, you can understand nothing about them. There are many things like that. All you learn in their system must be in your consciousness at the same time, otherwise every small thing will make you forget everything. Q. I find I become very negative when given advice and never agree with it. A. Again, it is all based on your attitude. You admit that someone else can affect your emotional state. We should not admit an emotional power like that over us now, even if you merely think about this advice you feel annoyed. You reconstruct it. But you should think in quite a different way. It is purely a matter of reasoning. Even if people give advice without thinking, even if you know better, there is no reason for you to lose your temper. You cannot get anything by being annoyed or irritated. You must stop justifying it in your mind. When one stops this justifying, one very often finds that the cause of all these negative emotions is some wrong idea. Everybody can find some thing wrong in one or another side of his life, and generally one tends to put the responsibility on this thing. One thinks that if this thing were right, everything else would be right. Everybody has one, sometimes two or more combinations of circumstances which one blames for everything wrong one does and for all one's manifestations of weakness. But one must understand that absolutely anything in the world can produce this result. Suppose there is some definite thing that is wrong and I think, if it were right, I would be different. But if it were right, I would be just the same. I speak from experience, because I know people who thought so, and when the particular thing they found wrong was changed, they remained the same and merely found another unpleasant thing instead of the first one. I find that one of my greatest difficulties is irritation. This is one of the deepest features in people and it affects the whole mass. The most difficult thing in the world is to bear patiently the unpleasant manifestations of other people. People can sacrifice everything else, but they cannot stand that. Irritation is a particular emotion produced by the feeling of mechanicalness of oneself or other people. It does not mean that every mechanical thing causes irritation, but sometimes mechanicalness produces it. If we do not feel the mechanicalness of other people in some particular instance, they may be even more mechanical, but there is no irritation. We are irritated by other people acting as machines, because we are machines ourselves. If we cease to be machines, we shall cease to be irritated. This feeling of mechanicalness becomes irritation because we identify with it. If we manage to remove identification, the same thing that we know now as irritation becomes a very useful emotion, a kind of tentacle by which we can feel mechanicalness. You cannot imagine how different quite ordinary emotions become, and often how useful, if we do not identify with them. How can one best deal with negative emotion when it becomes simply apathy? Very often when negative emotion takes the form of passive resistance you can do nothing at the moment. But you can continue to work. If you can do nothing today, there will be tomorrow, and the day after, and next week, and next month. You must prepare for the future, first of all by self-remembering, by remembering why you came, by remembering the first principles. All this apathy and negative feelings come from long sleep. If you continued to sleep when you could try to awake, this sleep will produce one or another negative state. I have observed in myself a constant desire to be comfortable. Is it general for everybody to feel this? This is one of the most important features of our life. To this desire we sacrifice everything. We are ready to give up everything to go by the line of least resistance. Sometimes this desire becomes so strong that one can be comfortable and nothing else. Even if something is not comfortable, one tries to arrange it so that it should be comfortable. Is there a way of getting rid of it? What to do is a different question. We must come to it from another side. This desire is a very big thing and every effort against it is important, so every effort must be discussed specially, not all efforts together. Sleep is the most comfortable thing, trying to awake is very uncomfortable. Later, when we partly awaken, we will feel how uncomfortable it is to sleep when anything may happen at any moment. But it is necessary to come to that state. How can one counteract laziness? By effort. How otherwise? It is difficult to speak in general, because there are so many forms of laziness, so many different escapes. We must speak about concrete cases, so only you yourself can answer. Find in yourself different kinds of laziness, then you will see that it is not always the same. In some cases it manifests worse, in other cases less strongly. You need a large quantity of observations. Nobody from outside can help you. Is it any good just wanting? No, that is not sufficient. Suppose one is lazy in one particular thing, but not always equally lazy, sometimes more, sometimes less. This is material for observation. Find what makes you more lazy or less lazy, then you will find some causes and will know where to observe further. In many things in us we must find what makes a difference, because nothing in us remains the same for long. Even permanent features manifest themselves differently, one day in one way, another day in another way. It is necessary to find what causes it. Q. Is there a means of telling the difference between a genuine need for rest and laziness? A. As in many other things, there are cases when you can say definitely, and you must take only these cases and not think about doubtful ones. If you start with cases where you do not know, you can do nothing. In this system you must start with things about which you have no doubt. Q. If you are trying to remember yourself, and you get some kind of result, can you be sure that it is not imagination? A. Again the same answer applies. There will be moments about which you will have no doubt, and there will be moments about which you will know that they are imagination. You cannot be sure about every moment, but about some moments you will be sure. Q. Can an outside circumstance suddenly wake you up? A. Yes, but the next moment other outside circumstances come and make you fall asleep again, so there is no profit in it. And the more one kind of circumstances awakes you, the more easily others make you fall asleep. Only this awakening is sure which comes from yourself. Q. Would a man who is beginning to awake develop a sense of duality? A. Is that an observation or not? If it is an observation it is one thing. But if it is just philosophy, it is quite useless. It will not help you if you decide in one way and things happen in another way. You must deal with today, and with a possible tomorrow. Q. I have found that I can have a negative emotion and observe it at the same time. A. Yes, certainly. You can have violent negative emotions and observe them. Very often negative emotions wake us up to a certain extent, so we can observe them. This is quite right, but it does not diminish them. They become even better if you do this, and even more pleasing as a form of sleep. Observation is not the way to destroy negative emotions. If you want to destroy them, there are many methods, but observation is only for study. Q. Is there any way of dealing with rather vague, dull, negative states? A. Yes, many ways. Sometimes you can struggle with it, but supposing even that your state is so dull that you can do nothing at the given moment, if you make efforts before it comes, while in a better state, that will help. You have to do only what is absolutely necessary at such a time, but you must not identify with your state and must only remember that it will pass, must not believe that it is permanent. Emotionally we always believe in things the emotional center does not know tomorrow, for it. Everything is the present, everything is permanent. You must not identify with this feeling, you must know that it will change. Q. Everything that interested me in the work I very soon began to feel as a frightful grind. How am I to avoid this trap? A. Well, it is a beautiful state for self-remembering. You can use it. The more negative you are, the better you can remember yourself if you realize that you can get out. It must remind you, serve as an alarm, otherwise you will remain in a negative state all the time. Q. It seems that only when I have observed some stupidity in myself am I able to make stronger efforts. Sometimes it is very useful to see one's stupidity. If one could really see oneself, one would not be able to forget it. But this is connected with consciousness. Q. I have always been rather adaptable, and that worries me. If I try to make an effort, it is very unpleasant to start with, but later it is no longer an effort. At the moment it becomes easy, it is a warning, it means that next time the effort will be more difficult. Q. I find I can sometimes get out of a negative emotion by allowing myself to get identified with something pleasant. You use the word identified in a wrong sense. You cannot say I allow myself to get identified, you can only say, I allow myself to get interested in something. Yes, it may work for some time, but if you become identified, it will be just the same thing from a practical point of view. Only, in pleasant things you can be interested without being identified, in an unpleasant thing you cannot be interested without being identified. Q. I find enjoyment a great difficulty. I enjoy almost everything, and this seems to send me to sleep. A. Try to remember yourself, then enjoyment will be bigger, fuller, and you will profit from it. But if it makes you fall asleep, you must try to avoid it, that is all. Every kind of emotional state can be used for self-remembering, but before you can do that it is necessary to create a capacity for it, and the capacity can be created only by constant, regular effort. If you just think about it once a week, nothing will come of it. Q. I feel my chief obstacle is imagination, chiefly about myself. Is there any special work against this? A. Imagination may be very different. If there are special ways, it is only possible to arrive at them through a detailed study. If you ask me in general, I can only answer self-remembering. If you mean daydreams, they are only half of our imaginings, and the most innocent half. Certainly they mean loss of time, but we waste time in so many ways that a little more or less does not make much difference. It is much more dangerous if you imagine certain qualities in yourself, in other people, in humanity or in nature, and then come to believe in these imaginary ideas and put your faith in them. We are surrounded by these imaginary qualities, and it is with these that we must struggle. Q. In trying to resist imagination, should one find the cause of it? A. No, stop it at once. There are always causes. Replace it by something else, some intentional thinking. Q. Why is it of no value to observe and study imagination as a means to self-knowledge? You will very soon see that it does not give anything. Imagination always turns in the same circle. It is an uncontrolled mind activity, and by imagination we create many false values, keep to them and use them in our thinking. This is why imagination is dangerous. We do not verify things. We imagine things either because we like them, or sometimes because we dislike them and are afraid of them. We live in an imaginary world. Q. By escaping from reality. A. Not consciously escaping, but it happens like that. It is partly due to mental laziness. For instance, it is easier to imagine a thing than to study it. Q. Wouldn't knowing that be an easy way of stopping it? A. No, you can know it and it will still go on. A special effort is necessary to stop it. We are so mechanical that we can know and still do the same thing. Q. I feel I cannot wait any longer to try and find a path out of the morass in which I now find myself. The more I see my mechanicalness, the more I see the urgency of so doing. You must realize that a long time is necessary. Years and years have passed in ordinary life. When you hear about mechanicalness and are just beginning to struggle with it, You want results at once. It is necessary first to get accustomed to these ideas. There are no secrets or special methods to make it quicker. Q. I find it difficult to realize that imagination enters into all our emotions. A. Every emotion based on identification is imagination. Identification is a sign of imagination. When you find an emotion without identification, you will find an emotion without imagination. Q. Is thought the only way to test imagination? A. No, not thought but attention, because imagination is one of the manifestations that go without attention. The moment you turn your attention to it, imagination stops. Q. Do you mean that one cannot observe imagination without stopping it? You cannot observe it for long. If you just notice it and turn away, it can go on, but if you keep attention on it, it stops. Attention acts like a light, and imagination is like a chemical process that can only go on in the dark and stops with light. Q. Does it not mean that when you notice it, thought comes up? A. Thought brings attention. Attention is a different faculty, because even thought can go on without attention. But thought can work with attention, while imagination cannot. Some faculties can work only with attention and some others can work without attention. Q. What is the difference between ordinary thought and imagination? A. Intentional or unintentional, controllable or uncontrollable. Q. Imagination is one of the strongest things in man, yet it is the most useless. Why? It is a bad habit, a form of sleep, a weakness. It is easy, it does not need any effort. All the rest needs effort. Q. Is it possible to hope that we can get rid of imagination ultimately? A. We cannot speak about ultimately, it is too far. The first step is to know how much time is given to imagination, the next step is to give it a little less. Q. I cannot say whether something is imagination or not, and I do not know how to begin to recognize it. A. Nobody can help you to begin, you must begin yourself. You must catch yourself in some kind of imagination. I do not mean exactly daydreaming. You must have some standard of imagination, then, when in doubt, you can compare. Imagination can take three forms: passive imagination, imagination expressing itself in talk, and imagination expressing itself in activity. There are lines and lines of our activity, each quite different from another. Some start with effort and go on with effort. Others may be imagination. One may think it is effort when in reality it is imagination expressing itself in activity which cannot stop and needs no effort. Talking is the same. Some people must talk, others must do something, but both are manifestations of the same thing. Q. I notice that imagining seems to take place in memory, going from one association to another. Is this a correct observation? No. Memory by itself is not responsible for anything. Memory is impartial, it supplies material for whatever you want. You may want it for serious thinking, imagination, expression of negative emotions and so on. Q. Is memory mechanical? A. Memory itself is mechanical, but the use of memory, the application of memory, the functioning of memory can be more mechanical or less mechanical. Memory is inscriptions on the rolls of our centers. How to use them, how to find them, how to verify them, that is another thing. Q. Should it matter much whether one knows the cause of any negative moods one observes? Is it enough just to recognize that it is negative? No. Sometimes it is very useful to know the cause, because when you want to fight with it, You cannot fight unless you know the cause, and the cause is generally in your own imagination. All the causes are in you, so it is necessary to know them. Sometimes when one is unhappy or perhaps feeling negative, one is brought back to real issues. Since we have been told to guard against negative emotion, I cannot quite fit that in with the system. You mix the idea of suffering and the idea of negative emotion. It is not the same. Suffering is very useful. You can get many things only through suffering. But when suffering is connected with identification and imagination, it becomes negative emotion. You say that man must give up suffering and also that he must suffer in order to develop. How can both things be true? Different cases, different days, different moments. These are not two contradictory principles. There is much unnecessary suffering which one does not want to give up. Then there is some inevitable and necessary suffering which one must accept if one wants to get something. On the fourth way, not all at once, one has to sacrifice all unnecessary things, wrong theories, talk, imaginary suffering. Imaginary suffering is the chief obstacle. Then suffering does not exist. Only a certain amount is real. But we increase it by imagination. Real suffering exists, but it is limited by many things, by time for instance. But nothing can stop or limit imaginary suffering. Real suffering, if it has a cause, may be necessary, it may give knowledge. Imaginary suffering takes away knowledge. Death of a friend, or grief of some kind is real suffering. But if you identify with it, it can produce negative emotion. And, after all, suffering occupies a very small part of our life, while negative emotions occupy the whole of it. Is pain a negative emotion? Simply suffering pain is not a negative emotion, but when imagination and identification enter, it becomes a negative emotion. Emotional pain, like physical pain, is not a negative emotion by itself, but when you begin to make all kinds of embroidery on it, it becomes negative. It has been stated, or at least implied, that man loves suffering. Is this strictly true? You do not quite understand the meaning of that. If you think deeper, you will see that everybody has some kind of suffering, say self-pity. One never gives up this self-pity. It is the man's most cherished possession, he carries it with him, puts it in the best place, he will never try or ever decide in his mind to make an effort to get rid of this self-pity. Everybody has one or two negative emotions he is particularly attached to. He does not say to himself, I like this negative emotion, but he lives in it, is fully absorbed in it, and everything is colored by this negative emotion. So he will not sacrifice it for many people. To sacrifice their chief negative emotion would mean sacrificing their whole life. Since man ceased to believe that his sufferings were a direct punishment from God, is he not ashamed of them and resentful of them? Yes, it looks like that, but really he will never give them up. When he decides to give them up, he becomes free of them. It seems a simple thing, but when it comes to practice, he finds that he cannot do it, because his sufferings have already become a habit, and so, although he decides in his mind, he still continues to feel the same. Nevertheless, in order to get rid of unnecessary suffering, the first step is to decide to give it up in one's mind. When a man makes this decision, after some time he will give it up. But as long as his mind is hypnotized by this suffering, he will not make the effort. If he gives it up, what will he get in exchange? He will get in exchange absence of suffering. That is why he does not want to give it up. What method can one use to sacrifice suffering? Realization of values. But there are different kinds of suffering. Sometimes an effective way to destroy suffering is to see that it belongs to the imaginary part of oneself. Division into real and imaginary is very useful. The general idea is that you cannot get anything for nothing, you have to sacrifice something. But what to sacrifice? One person does not want to sacrifice one thing, another person another thing. The answer is, sacrifice, our suffering, negative emotions, negative imagination and all that. It is a very good sacrifice, only it is very difficult, because one is ready to sacrifice any pleasure, but not suffering. Q. How can one do it? Does one refuse to think that one is suffering? A. You refuse to accept your suffering, and stop your suffering. It is very simple. Suppose you have a grievance. Either you are hurt or offended or something. Try to sacrifice this grievance and you will see how much you are attached to it. Actually, it is a very pleasant feeling when one feels, I have nothing to worry about. Nobody is guilty. But people dislike this, because they feel it as emptiness. Q. I suppose the reward of any development is really suffering, for knowledge brings suffering? A. I do not see that it is necessarily so. It is true that development means increase of suffering for a certain period, but you cannot regard this as an aim or the necessary result. By itself suffering can bring nothing, but if one remembers oneself in connection with it, it can be a great force. If suffering did not exist, it would be necessary to create it, because without it one cannot come to right self-remembering. But people try to run away from suffering, or try to disguise it, or they identify with it and in this way destroy the strongest weapon they have. Q. What is useful suffering? A. Until we get rid of useless suffering we cannot come to the useful. Most of our suffering is absolutely useless, we have too much of it. You must first learn to distinguish what is useless suffering. The first condition of getting free of it is to know it for what it is. Q. Would you say suffering is to some extent essential for attaining change of being? I. Certainly, but it depends on what you understand by suffering. We get nothing by pleasure, from that we can only get suffering. Every effort is suffering. Every realization is suffering, because there are many unpleasant realizations about ourselves and about other things, and there are many forms of suffering. As I said, some sufferings are unnecessary and useless, with some other sufferings we must learn not to identify, and some sufferings are useful. We judge suffering from the point of view of whether it helps or hinders our work. So our attitude to suffering must be more complicated. Useless suffering is the greatest obstacle in our way. At the same time suffering is necessary, and sometimes it happens that people cannot work because they are afraid of suffering. In most cases what they are afraid of is imaginary suffering. We have much imagination and sometimes giving up certain kinds of imagination looks difficult. Q. Is suffering, apart from physical pain, possible without false personality? I. Certainly, but it does not become so insistent. When false personality begins to enjoy it, it becomes dangerous. Most of our suffering depends on identification, and if identification disappears, our suffering disappears too. One must be reasonable. One must realize that it is no use suffering if it is possible not to suffer. Q. I do not understand how a positive emotion can be rooted in pain, yet some men of vision apparently attain the heights through physical suffering. A. Through physical or mental suffering it is quite possible, by transformation. Every kind of suffering, theoretically speaking, can transform into positive emotion, but only if it is transformed. However, such definitions are dangerous, because next moment someone will understand it in the sense that it transforms itself into positive emotion. This would be quite wrong, because nothing transforms itself, it must be transformed by effort of will and by knowledge. Q. Can grief help a man to a higher state of consciousness? A. No single isolated shock can help, because there are many ties that keep us in our present state. It is important to understand that thousands of shocks are necessary, and for years. Only then can the threads be broken and man become free. Q. How can real suffering exist if you say that the emotional center has no negative part? A. In the description of man in this system one comes up against the impossibility of describing things as they are, they can only be described approximately. It is the same as on small-scale maps where the relative size of things cannot be shown. In some cases, in the description of the human machine, the differences are so great that it is better to say that a thing does not exist at all than to say that one thing is big and another small. This refers to the emotional center. There are emotions that are not negative, yet very painful, and there is a center for them, but it occupies such an infinitesimal part compared with negative emotions that are not real that it is better to say that emotional center has no negative part. Q. How can you explain the great amount of suffering that exists in the world? This is a very interesting question. From the point of view of the work, it is possible to find at least a logical form of solution of this problem. In organic life, man must be regarded as an experiment of a great laboratory. In this laboratory all possible kinds of experiments are made, and they have to be made by means of suffering to bring about some kind of fermentation. In some way suffering is necessary for this. All the cells of this experiment have to suffer, and because of that their tendency is to avoid suffering, to have as little of it as possible, or to run away. If some of these cells break this tendency and accept suffering voluntarily, they can rid themselves of it and become free. Suffering, voluntary suffering, can become schoolwork. Nothing is more difficult, and at the same time nothing can create so much force as voluntary suffering. The idea of development is to create an inner force. And how can a man put himself to the test without suffering? From one point of view, the whole of organic life exists for planetary purposes. From another point of view, it exists only for the sake of those who escape. So it does not exist for feeding the moon alone. This suffering is the highest product and the rest are merely byproducts. The highest is always the most important. We are far from understanding the idea of suffering, but if we realize that small things can be attained with small suffering, and big ones with big suffering, we shall understand that it will always be proportionate. But we must remember one thing: we have no right to invent suffering. Also, one has the right to accept suffering for oneself, but one has no right to accept it for other people. According to one's views of life, one helps other people, only it must be understood that helping cannot diminish suffering, it cannot change the order of things. Q. Should not one work for the relief of suffering? A. As much as one can, but there is suffering which can be relieved and suffering which cannot be relieved because it depends on bigger causes. Sleeping people have to suffer. Maybe there is a great cosmic purpose in this suffering, because only suffering can eventually wake them up. If they can arrange their life so as to be happy and contented in sleep, they will never awake. But all this is only talk, because anyway it cannot be changed. Q. Is there a definite amount of suffering to be borne in the world? A. Probably for the purposes of possible evolution everyone must be surrounded by enormous possibilities of suffering. Evolution depends on man's attitude, If he accepts suffering and tries not to identify with it, it may be that this whole law was created so that he could become stronger, because strength can only be created by suffering. Q. Is it good for one person to suffer for another? A. No one can suffer for another. If I have a toothache, it will not diminish mine if you have a toothache too. Q. You say that man is an experiment? A man is specially made for evolution. He is a special experiment made for self-development. Every man is an experiment, not all men. Now we have to return to practical things and the study of personal work. It is necessary to understand responsibility in personal work, because when a man begins to understand something, to formulate certain wishes in connection with the work, his responsibility towards himself increases. The more one understands, the greater one's responsibility, because if one knows nothing and does not attempt to work, one cannot make a serious mistake. But when one begins to work, one can sin against the work, so to speak, and when a man makes mistakes it can stop his personal work. So his responsibility begins as soon as he begins to work, and it must be understood that this responsibility is very great, because everything counts, everything one says or does, everything one does not say or do, everything is counted and is put for or against one. It is not an arbitrary action, it is so in the very nature of things. Things themselves make it so. In order to do something, to reach something, it is necessary to work on many lines at the same time, otherwise one sticks. If you miss one or two lines, you have to go back and start again from the beginning. You cannot choose which lines to work on. Suppose you have to work on 50 lines and you discard 3 lines you do not like and work on 47. Then, sooner or later, you have to go back and begin again from the beginning on all the 50 lines, because after some time 47 lines cannot take you any further. I mean by those lines trying to remember yourself, trying not to identify, not to express negative emotions and so on. Suppose you accept all those lines and leave out only one, about talking, it will spoil everything. Or if you accept them all, and the next moment forget, you will again get nowhere. That is why we cannot get right results. We start well and then the next moment forget and say to ourselves, I cannot keep 50 things in my mind at once. Q. How can one increase one's sense of responsibility? A. It must be based on valuation. If you value something, then you have a sense of responsibility. Q. You said that another of our chief difficulties is formatory thinking. I do not in the least know how to think not formatorily. A. Think to the best of your ability and compare results when your thinking gives results and when it does not. In that way you will come to a better understanding. At any rate better than just wondering about it. Definitions will not help you. Desire for definitions is only an excuse. If you find yourself in a very difficult position, you will think to the best of your ability how to get out of it. Think in the same way. Q. Before we can think differently, is it necessary to perceive things differently? A. We cannot perceive differently until we think differently. We have control only of our thoughts, we have no control over perception. Perception depends particularly on the state of consciousness. If one awakes for sufficiently long, one can perceive many things one does not perceive now. It does not depend on desire or decision. Q. Is all thinking formatory, except when we are trying to self-remember? A. No, not all, but a great deal of our thinking is formatory. But when we think about serious things, such as the ideas of this system, we either cannot think at all or our thinking is not formatory. Formatory thinking is always poor, but for some problems it is ridiculous. Q. You said once that thinking about the big ideas of the system can be a way of stopping identification. I cannot see why this is so and why identification should necessarily spoil thinking. A. Because identification makes thought narrow and defective, it binds you, you cannot think, you cannot make deductions. It lowers the standard of man's normal intellectual capacity. As to why thinking about the big ideas of the system stops identification, it is because you cannot think about them if you identify with them. Your thinking will produce no effect. When we are studying, trying to understand, this means a new way of thinking. The moment we go back to the old way of thinking, we identify. Q. You said formatory thinking always concerns itself with opposites, but how can we know anything other than by opposites? A. Not always. I said it is one of the characteristics of formatory thinking. And when we think, we must think about the subject itself, not about its opposite. Q. But if I am to know about some particular thing, I must know what it is not. A. Not at all. You can know what one or another thing is without making a catalogue of what it is not. It is quite a wrong self-accusation to say that you have to use such a clumsy method of thinking, because in that way you would have to think for 2 years about every small thing. You can think about things without opposites, just about what they are. Formatory thinking is not thinking. Never forget that formatory thinking can serve many useful purposes, but it is not for thinking. Q. People number 1 live all their lives with formatory apparatus. Does that mean they have no growth of being at all from the beginning of their lives? A. Not only men number 1 but also number 2 and number 3 can live only with formatory apparatus. The great majority of people use nothing else. Certainly they have a certain growth of being, only it is, so to speak, not individual, it is mass growth, in the sense of a child and a grown-up man. But their being does not grow beyond a certain level, and we are interested in growth of being towards man number 4. To grow up in the ordinary way is natural, but this does not change the level of being. And even this natural growth of being can be arrested. Q. I have noticed that if I ask a question, while it is being answered, my mind is working and, as a result, I am not listening. What is this due to? A. Quite right. This is simply associative thinking, mechanical thinking. Naturally, if you ask a question and want to know the answer, you must stop associations and take in what is said, and only then think about it and compare. If you do not stop associations, the answer comes to you mixed with your own thoughts, not exactly what was said. So you never get the right answer. Struggle with associative thinking is a definite line of work. If you study something, listen to something or are trying to understand something, you have to do it with a free mind. If you go on with your own thoughts at the same time, your mind will never be free to follow. Q. Why is one inclined to ask why rather than how? A. Because it is easier, more mechanical, we are more accustomed to it. To ask how needs thinking, you have to formulate your question in the right way. And why can be asked without thinking. Q. It was said that one of the methods of struggling with negative emotions is thinking differently. I do not quite understand what thinking differently means. A. It means to take some subject which produces emotion and think about it, trying not to justify yourself or to accuse other people. That will be different thinking. Although there are negative emotions that cannot be destroyed in this way, for they need stronger methods, this method must be tried first in every case. Q. I find that most of the time trivial thoughts occupy my mind. Would it be a good plan to study some difficult language, Russian for example, about which one could think while doing purely mechanical work? A. For what purpose? After some time you will have wrong thoughts in Russian. Q. Is there any way in which we can remember more clearly what we have understood when we were in a better state? A. It is a very important thing, but I do not know of any special method. These moments must be connected. Look backwards, try to compare. This is particularly important in relation to some definite question. For instance, you may understand something you had not understood half an hour ago, but perhaps in the past there have been moments when you also understood something in this connection. Try to remember these moments and connect them. Q. Does understanding of an idea or a term vary in relation to the degree of being? A. Certainly. People understand according to their level, their capacity, not according to the meaning of things. Q. My difficulty is that no idea is completely clear to me. A. It is impossible to make it clear with formatory thinking and words. People think they understand a thing when they give it a name, but they do not realize that this is artificial. When you can feel a thing and when you can verify it by higher consciousness and higher mind, then only can you say that it is really true and that it really exists. And schools do not deal with ordinary intellectual ideas. This means that these ideas, as for instance, the idea of self-remembering, are not clear without higher centers, for without higher centers one cannot come to the truth. Schools are the work of higher centers. They give us something which we cannot attain by ourselves, because we can only use the ordinary mind. And the ordinary mind has definite limits and cannot jump over them. It can accumulate material, forget it, accumulate again and forget again, and reduce the system to just nonsense by going too straight in one direction. When you find yourself in a state approaching higher emotional center, you will be astounded how much you can understand at once, and then you come back to your normal state and you forget it all. By persistent self-remembering and by certain other methods you may come to the higher emotional center, but you will not be able to retain what you have understood then. If you write it down, it will have no sense when you read it with the intellectual center later. Q. Sometimes when I have tried to self-remember I have a strange feeling about inanimate objects, as if they had a sort of awareness that was them. A. Discount the possibility of imagination. Let us say simply that you feel something new in things. But when you begin to explain it, you begin to imagine. Do not try to explain, just leave it. Sometimes you can feel strange things in that way, but explanations are always wrong, because you feel with one very good apparatus and explain with another, a very clumsy machine that cannot really explain. Q. It all seems to come back to the same question: how to be more emotional. You cannot try to be emotional. The more you try, the less emotional you will be. You can try to be conscious, and if you become more conscious, you will become more emotional. You must think about how to get more energy to be conscious. That would be a right question, and the answer would be that first you must stop leaks and try to get more energy by following all the indications you get from the work, all of them. Do not only concentrate on one, you can always find something that you did not do. Q. Sometimes I feel that I have the capacity to concentrate, but I do not know what to do. I only think about small things and it disappears again. A. You have always more than enough material for work on yourself. You can never be at a loss as to what to do. Try to stop thoughts. That is easy and useful. If you have no energy to do that, you must accumulate energy by struggle with mechanical habits and things like that. That will accumulate enough energy for this effort to remember yourself or the effort to stop thoughts. Q. Is meditation, as advocated in Indian books, the same as self-remembering? A. They speak of meditation, but they also say that one must work under a teacher. We read and remember one thing and forget another. We think we can study meditation or meditate ourselves. If you can remember yourself, you can meditate; if not, you cannot. Self-remembering means control of thoughts, a different state. Meditation is an action of a developed mind, and we ascribe it to ourselves. It would be very good if we could meditate, but we cannot. Self-remembering is the way to it. You cannot begin from the end, you have to begin from the beginning. Like in everything else. What does meditation mean for us? Thinking about the system, trying to connect ideas and reconstruct the system. This is meditation, not simply thinking about one word or one idea. Q. In trying to think about some definite idea of the system, I always think the same thing I thought before. I cannot help it. This is a technical side. You must try different ways. You can either concentrate on one or another side of the subject, or take one or another point of view, or try to explain to someone else. If it is difficult to think on some definite subject, you can always imagine that you are explaining this subject to some person. But again, you must imagine yourself explaining it to different people with preparation or without preparation, a religious person, a scientifically minded person, and so on. You have to explain differently according to who you are explaining to. Then it is always very useful to separate what you knew before from what you have learned from the system. This is very important. If you do not separate, you will always mix things in your thinking. It is necessary to know what you knew before, what you read somewhere, and what you got here. There is yet another thing you can do. You can try to write a program of thinking for yourself. Find your own subjects you would like to think about, or subjects which you think may be useful to you, or subjects which you do not understand but would like to learn to think about. All this is useful. Then, if you have time, think about them 2 or 3 times a day. Q. I have tried these imaginary conversations you suggested, but have not been able to make them last long enough. A. These imaginary conversations must go according to plan. You cannot start them just from any point. You can invent some sort of situation and make yourself speak to some imaginary person, or to someone you know, and explain some particular subject to him according to the kind of person he is. This may help. But do not try to give a lecture. A lecturer is bound to turn formatory. Q. My difficulty is talking within my mind. Will these imaginary conversations help me to work against this habit? A. Yes, that may be useful, or you can think about the ideas of the system, set yourself definite tasks. Another approach is to see whether this mental talking is useful or useless. It may be useful, but mostly, it is useless. Like all mechanical habits, it is very difficult to struggle with. You do not notice it, or you may have been talking to yourself for 2 hours before you notice, so you must have a better watchman to ring the bell when you begin. This means being more awake. Q. I feel one might achieve something if one could remember more of the system at one moment instead of just fragments. A. Quite right. That is why you will see after some time that it is useful to work with new people and explain things to them, because you cannot have a sufficiently large part of the system before your eyes if you do not repeat it all. And you can only do this when you have to explain things to new people and answer their questions. It is not necessary to give lectures or have large groups. Something useful can be done with 1, 2 or 3 people, Q. Lately I have been more dissatisfied than usual with myself and the lack of results obtained from my efforts. What is to be done? A. You must not let yourself identify with these negative feelings and disappointments. It is the worst possible thing. Think about something cheerful. For instance, you can take any subject in the system and compare how you thought before about it and how you think now. You will see that you have gained one thing, and another thing, and a third thing. That will help you to struggle on. Q. In the example of the eye of a needle in the Gospels, does it mean that when identification ceases a person has a chance? A. It may be simply wrong valuation, or it may be too many words, a great load of words, so that a man cannot pass through. Q. In our present state, can we know real love, loyalty or devotion? A. For us, these are things relative. We can have them more or less, but we cannot know them in any absolute way. Q. I find it difficult to understand that faith has no place in this system. Surely it is necessary to believe that the system has possibilities of making you more conscious. A. That will not help, quite the reverse. You must try to verify it, and base your attitude on facts, not on belief. If you do even 1/10 of what is suggested, very soon you will have facts, and then you must base your attitude on these facts, not on theories. Faith is a passive thing. We have to verify everything, accept nothing on faith. For faith there are other ways, but in the fourth way faith would be weakness trying to escape work. Instead of trying to know, we would believe. Only what man himself finds to be true can serve as a sufficient foundation. We must understand that faith, in the true sense, is a certain state that is more than emotional. It is a positive emotion and, taken in this sense, it means a higher level which we, being men 1, 2 and 3, have not reached, and so we do not know what faith means. It is only a word for us. Faith must be directed to big things, not applied to small things of ordinary life. When people use what we call faith in cases when they must know it is just laziness. There can be one faith and another faith. It can be on different levels. According to the division of men into 7 categories, there can be 7 kinds of faith, so it is difficult to speak in these terms. Q. Why should I want to make myself different if I do not believe there is reason? A. Not believe, but know. If you merely believe, you will do nothing. If you find out your state, you will try to get out. But this will be based on facts, on observations, not on belief. Q. What center is used for faith? A. Real faith is a higher emotion, belonging to the higher emotional center. In our ordinary emotional center there can only be imitation faith. Real faith means not only emotion, but also knowledge. Q. I had an idea that work on oneself was work towards salvation, towards immortality. A. Big words. But if you said it is towards not making fools of ourselves, I would understand you. We constantly make fools of ourselves because we are asleep. Q. Isn't there a part of ourselves which survives bodily death? A. This is a very interesting and very important point. You ask so simply about after death, as though one could know about it. All experience of all mankind, I do not mean imagination, shows that we cannot know what happens after death. Otherwise we would have known something positive about it. Since we know nothing, it proves definitely that in this state of consciousness, with ordinary centers, we cannot get at the truth, we can only make theories. First try to understand that our capacity of cognition, our capacity of knowing, is limited by our state of consciousness. In this state of consciousness we can only know certain things and have answers only to certain questions. If we want to know more, we find that we cannot. In practically every line of study we come sooner or later to a dead wall. In some cases this wall remains in exactly the same place, as in the case of life after death. We know no more about it than man of the Stone Age. We can only think that if we acquire a higher state of consciousness and use higher centers we may get a concrete answer to that question. We can know our life only from birth to death. If we want to know what was before and what will be after, if there is a before and after in relation to that, we can only hope that in a better state of consciousness, using an improved machine, we will be able to understand. We ask ourselves these questions and we do not realize that we cannot have an answer such as we are. There are many questions like that. It is necessary to realize and remember how many other things we come up against in our thinking which are really insoluble for our mind. When we realize that, it will help us to see that we must begin with possible problems. Many people, I do not mean necessarily in the work, but even in the work, many people spend all their mental energy on these insoluble problems. They invent all kinds of solutions, try to think in this or that way about them, but it is all quite useless. You can understand one thing if you understand another thing, and a third thing if you have understood the first two. There are ways for everything, but some problems we can approach with the ordinary mind, while other problems we must put off and wait till we are more conscious and are able to use better machines for thinking. In ordinary thinking, in ordinary philosophy and psychology, this question never arises, or if it does, it arises in so vague and confused a form that it does not help. But we know more divisions, more steps, and we must choose this knowledge. It will help us to think more practically and to avoid useless abstractions and trying to solve problems which at present we cannot solve. Chapter 15. Idea of esotericism, the logical method and the psychological method of thinking. Explanation of the psychological method. What the idea of esotericism implies. Certain kinds of esoteric ideas become accessible only at difficult periods. Necessity of being united. Materiality of knowledge. Great knowledge and how it differs from ordinary knowledge. Accumulators of knowledge. Schools. Can one affect external events? Study of life. Big events of life and their influence. Subjective ways and objective way. Attitudes as a means of changing influences. Assessing events in life. Gradual disappearance of B influences. The reason for the decrease of influence of esoteric circles. Lack of preparation. The system and how it is taught. Different scales. Death of schools and conditions necessary for their existence. Relation of the system to Christianity. To die and to be born. Prayer. Suggestions concerning the study of the Lord's Prayer. I have given you a general idea of the fundamental principles of the system and up to now the center of gravity of our work, at least of practical work, was in ourselves. Today I want to show you a larger view. It is necessary to understand the idea of esotericism and to realize why certain people can understand this idea while other people cannot. We must know what esotericism means, what is included in it, what is excluded by it, what is connected with it, and what can serve as a kind of test or touchstone for recognizing people who can understand it. For some people the idea of esotericism appears absurd, impossible. For them esotericism not only does not seem valuable but does not even appear as possible truth. But for others the idea of esotericism is necessary and important. The cause of this is to be found in the difference of method. All ways of thinking can be divided into two categories, logical thinking and psychological thinking. And the capacity or incapacity to use the psychological method of thinking makes an enormous difference. The logical method is better than no method, but it is very limited. It is useful in law courts, but for understanding it is not sufficient. For logical thinking, esotericism is impossible, because it cannot be demonstrated or formulated, but for psychological thinking, which sees the psychological nature of things, the idea of esotericism follows from many facts we can observe. So the psychological method may bring one to the idea of esotericism and may lead to proofs of its existence, certainly subjective proofs, but still proofs. And this in its turn may bring a man to the realization of the necessity of systems or teachings of an esoteric origin. It gives him the possibility of understanding the ideas of such systems and leads to the realization of the necessity of 3 lines of work and to an understanding of them. First, we must try to understand the difference between the logical and the psychological methods, and to establish what each of them is. The psychological method cannot be denned, but we can find examples of its application, of its working. We can see how the psychological method opens new ways of thinking, how by using it we begin to understand many things. When, by means of the psychological method, we have made a general survey of the teachings which prove to have an esoteric origin, we shall more or less know the qualities of teachings which can be called esoteric and shall be able to think in a right way about this system and apply its principles in practice. The psychological method starts with 2 admissions. The first is that things have their inner meaning. The second is that things are connected, that they only appear to be separated. Things depend on one another. They stand in a certain relation to one another, whereas the logical method takes each thing separately. So, the psychological method studies everything first from the point of view of its inner meaning and, secondly, it finds similarities in the dissimilar. The basis of this method, and the chief difference from ordinary methods, is the realization of the relativity of mind, their understanding of the type and kind of mind used, and realization that in one state of mind things can be understood in one way and in another way. For the logical mind everything is certain and unique. But the psychological method shows that everything, every conclusion, every deduction is a mental picture and is merely the result of the working of our mind. For distinguishing, comparing and finding the relative values of things and seeing which is higher and which lower, you can start only with this realization of the possibility of different minds. When you compare ideas, let us say certain ideas of the New Testament, of the Upanishads, or some attributed to Pythagoras or Plato with scientific ideas or philosophy, sometimes you can experience this realization of minds on different levels. What I want you to understand is that, even using ordinary knowledge, you can come to the relative value of ideas and see that the starting point is the realization that our ordinary mind is not the only one that exists. See if you can find some examples of the psychological method. If you cannot do so now, you must try to find, later, examples of cases when you had new possibilities of understanding. Q. Do you mean that one is not guided by the external similarity of facts? A. This is one aspect. If you meet with it, you will know what is psychological method and what is not. Q. Is the psychological method the use of the intellectual part of the intellectual center? No, not quite. The more centers and the more parts of centers you use, the better the psychological method. It means using all the powers you have. Logical method means the use of only the mechanical part of intellectual center. Q. And is the esoteric method the use of higher centers? A. No, it is the use of the system. You cannot use higher centers, but you can use the system. Q. Is psychological thinking only possible when all our functions are working rightly? We must start as we are. We cannot wait till we change, because if we do we will never change, and if we change mechanically, we change only for the worse. Q. What are the first things to learn in trying to think psychologically? I feel it is more than I can accomplish. A. When you say it is more than you can accomplish, you think about the completed process. And I speak about the process itself, about beginning to work. If you say this is beyond you, you can do nothing, and so, naturally, nothing happens. It is again this habit of thinking in absolutes. Q. What are the essential features of esotericism? A. It is difficult to speak about essential features, because it depends on how you take this word. The word esoteric means inner. Esotericism includes in itself the idea of the existence of an inner circle of humanity. You remember how humanity was described as consisting of 4 circles: esoteric, mesoteric and exoteric, which constitute the inner circle, and the outer circle in which we live. The idea of esotericism implies transmission of knowledge. It presumes the existence of a group of people to whom a certain knowledge belongs. This must not be understood in some mystical way, but more definitely, concretely. There are a great many differences between the inner and the outer circles. For instance, many things we want to find or create can exist only in the inner circle, such things as positive emotions, understanding between people, certain kinds of knowledge. All this belongs to the inner circle. I think this is sufficient for understanding the idea of the inner or esoteric circle. Q. I understand that the primary feature of esoteric knowledge is that it is hidden and one would not be likely to find it. So how can we recognize esoteric knowledge or an esoteric school? A. We are studying a system which is supposed to be esoteric, so with its help we will be able to recognize it. And although esoteric knowledge is hidden from ordinary life, it can be found. It is not hidden absolutely, so that nobody can find it, otherwise it would have no meaning. This would be contrary to its aims and would spoil the results of its existence. The only meaning of hidden knowledge is that it can be found. The important thing is how to recognize it. With the help of these ideas, comparing what can be found in the ordinary intellectual way and what cannot, and then comparing it with the system, we shall be able to establish with a certain degree of probability the level of the knowledge we meet with. If we take history in the ordinary way as a series of separate events, we shall not find proofs of esotericism. One thing will follow another, on the surface and without apparent connection. But if we know that things are connected, and look for connections, we shall find them hidden beneath the surface. For instance, many big historical changes came apparently from nothing, with no antecedents, no origin. In ancient Greece there is nothing on the surface to explain the 7th century BC. In the 8th and 9th centuries there was apparently nothing leading up to it. There was no direct line of development. In the same way Gothic art seemingly came out of nothing. It had no history, it appeared instantly. In prehistoric art too, that is, in all that belongs to more than 10,000 years ago, there is nothing on the surface to explain the Big Sphinx, for instance. It is both bigger in concept and higher in level, and, so to speak, more clever, though this is not the right word, than anything we know. Who made it? Why are such works of art found in the desert? Then again, take literature, especially that of the East. We can find such things as the great Indian poems and the New Testament, which are of a higher level than anything else we know. There is nothing similar to them. Nothing ordinary can explain them. All these things are absolutely unique. If they are taken separately and presupposing that they have no inner meaning, They cannot be explained. But if we try to use the psychological method, we shall find the connection. Try to think about esotericism, how it is possible, in which form it can exist, in which form it cannot exist. You can read of secret societies in the East, or in Tibet, of the existence of secret libraries, of groups of people living in hidden places and preserving ancient knowledge. This is a crude form of thinking. There is nothing impossible in the idea that there are groups of people of this kind. But the idea of esotericism is more subtle. It does not require secret societies. The idea of secret societies is a simplified form of thinking. It is quite possible that there are people here on the earth who possess much greater knowledge than we do, but if they have this knowledge, they have no need of secret societies. They need not live in the mountains, they can live anywhere. Q. Is it necessary to know an esoteric doctrine to recognize the presence of esoteric ideas? No, you can recognize esoteric ideas by means of the psychological method. Only with the psychological method can you find more in their system which you know. Q. What must one know to use the psychological method? The psychological method requires no special knowledge. What is necessary is simple thinking, but not the narrow ordinary thinking. Logical thinking is narrow, but psychological thinking is broader. Thinking, comparing not two things but maybe as many as 5. Logical thinking always deals with two, one must be true, another false. For their psychological method it is not necessarily so, both may be wrong, or both may be right. I will give you an example of the psychological method. In 1915 I gave in St. Petersburg a public lecture on life after death. I tried to bring together all the existing ideas about life after death, the positivist, scientific idea of death as disappearance, their religious understanding of death connected with the idea of an immortal soul, heaven as reward and hell as punishment, the spiritualistic understanding of the idea of survival, the theosophical idea of reincarnation, the Buddhist idea of recurrence, and many others. What is interesting is that they are all right, they only look contradictory. Logically they contradict one another, but from the point of view of the psychological method they complement one another. In order to illustrate this I asked the question, how can all these ideas be right since they look so different? It is because there is a law we do not understand. The human mind cannot invent anything absolutely wrong. The normal mind, working freely and not tied to some presupposed truth, always arrives at some kind of truth. A complete lie can be invented only by an insane mind or a mind working in chains. Q. Should one know other esoteric teachings and find connections? A. Only in a general way, to find the place of this system. You do not know enough to compare and find connections. When you think about this system and read something that reminds you of it, you take only one or another idea. You do not compare all ideas. Parts can always be analogous, but such comparing can be useful only when you can see the whole behind the parts, and then you may find that the two have nothing in common, because in order to be similar everything must be similar. Suppose one point in one system is similar to one point in another, but these points are surrounded by 15 other points that have no similarity. This makes them essentially different. We cannot do it yet. We are not accustomed to finding the relation of a part to the whole in ordinary thinking. We think that parts can be compared and that parts can be right or wrong without relation to the whole. Q. But if you find two systems of philosophy that have points or peaks which resemble one another, how do you know they resemble one another? You only know words. You do not know what is behind these words. Words do not guarantee the meaning. This is why it is recommended for a long time not to try to find parallels and to study this system separately from anything else. Later, when you know more, you may try to find parallels. What guarantee is there that there are no new ideas in this system brought in since its origin? This is very clear. If the principles are kept, they eliminate wrong ideas. Formatory ideas cannot exist side by side with esoteric ideas. What arrangements can be made to ensure that the ideas can be kept pure? Ideas become distorted when people begin to invent their own explanations and theorize, but so long as they work sincerely and try to verify everything that comes into their minds and work according to the principles and rules, distortion is not at all necessary. In the organization of schoolwork, every measure is taken against distortion, and if it happens, it is only because people forget these precautionary measures. Distortion is generally the influence of formatory center, for when people begin to work with formatory center and nobody corrects them, there is no idea in their world that cannot be distorted in 24 hours. If that is the scale of distortion you mean, I certainly distort the ideas for myself. For yourself it does not matter, you have a chance to correct it. Everybody distorts them in the beginning until they have the whole range of ideas, but understanding one part corrects one's understanding of another. You cannot understand the whole thing and misunderstand the parts, and if you can think rightly of the whole, you will understand every part. Besides, your questions show whether you think rightly, and if you think wrongly, it is corrected. Different people want different things. How should we understand the meaning of schoolwork? Schoolwork has many different parts, all of them to help you to awake. Every individual must have his own aim. If the aims of individuals fit in with the aims of their school, they work in the school. If they do not fit in, they leave. You may start with the idea of acquiring knowledge. If you find new ideas, you will begin to value them. The word work is often used without discrimination. But you use it yourself. I mean it. I want to show you that the only way for you is to understand the psychological method, the idea of esotericism, the proofs of its existence, and to have a certain understanding of the system. After that you can start to work. The system is a living thing, an organic thing that grows and opens up new horizons. You see, we live in a very peculiar time, and the work is very important, in that, apart from other points, it gives the possibility to remain sane or to become sane. The further we go, the more we talk about these ideas, the more we are apt to lose sight of the meaning of the whole thing. We take for granted that we have these ideas, we talk about them, we want to get something from this teaching, but we do not think about why we are able to have these ideas and speak about them. The teaching itself, certain kinds of teachings, certain kinds of ideas become accessible to people only at certain moments, at very difficult periods. These are not the ordinary kind of ideas that you can get at any time and any moment. Quite the opposite. The very fact that we can have these ideas shows that it is an extremely difficult time. It would have been much easier to work with these ideas, say, 30 or 40 years ago, but in reality one thing depends on another, For if times were not so difficult we would not have had them. So if we keep this in mind, even this realization alone will by itself bring us to the right attitude. It will always remind us that we have to take these ideas seriously, that nothing in relation to them can be taken from the point of view of ordinary likes and dislikes or ordinary attitudes of right and wrong. In present times it is impossible to foretell what the future may bring, so we must have a particular appreciation and a particular regard for these ideas and this system and try to do not only what is right at a given moment, personally, individually, but what is right in connection with the whole thing, not merely think of personally but of the whole tradition connected with this work. And certainly, first of all, unity is necessary, because it is possible to satisfy the needs of the work itself only so long as we are all ready to go the same way. If there are different opinions and one thinks it best to go to the right and another to the left, nobody will do anything right, for there will be no direction. If one person thinks one thing and another person another thing, both will be wrong. It is not that one will be right and another wrong. Actions must be connected, they must agree with one another. There cannot be a rule that everyone must agree with and understand everything in his own mind, but there can be no difference in actions. Circumstances are not in our hands, they may change, may take one or another turn. But the whole principle of imitating schoolwork is that there cannot be differences of opinion as regards actions, because otherwise how can we work? I only wish to show you that in dealing with the principles of the system and organization of the work we must never forget that we are dealing with a very big thing, and we have against us very big things. If we keep this in mind we will find the right way. If we forget this, nothing will come of it. Q. What do you mean by imitating schoolwork? A. I used this word not in the sense of imitating external methods but in the sense of inner imitation which can be done only on the basis of a certain organization. People in the work must be united. The more we are united, the more resistance we will show to all kinds of unfavorable influences and the more we can get out of them, because we will be, as it were, in the middle of a big accumulator full of all kinds of energies. If we are closed, we will be able to get energy out of this big accumulator. If we are full of holes, we will be unable to keep any of it. You see, I must explain to you one idea. Everything in the world is material and limited, only materiality is different. There is a limited amount of sand in the desert and of water in the sea. Knowledge is also material and therefore limited. It is very useful to remember that the knowledge necessary for change of being exists only in a very limited quantity. Knowledge is substance. For a certain definite period, say 100 years, humanity has a certain amount of knowledge which can be used. If too many people want this knowledge, they will have so little that nothing can be done with it. But since very few want it, those who want it can get it. Q. I do not understand this about knowledge. Is not knowledge consciousness? No, consciousness is another thing. Although this is true in the sense that a higher degree of consciousness in itself includes knowledge. It does not include all knowledge, but the knowledge you already possess. In a state of consciousness you know at once all that you know. In this sense you can say that consciousness is knowledge, but by itself consciousness cannot give more knowledge, although one can look at this question from different sides. As to the idea of great knowledge, higher or esoteric knowledge, we must first of all understand that all our ordinary knowledge, including scientific knowledge, is always knowledge acquired with ordinary mind. All methods of scientific investigation are the work of ordinary mind, but there is another knowledge which is acquired by a higher or a more developed mind, and this knowledge will differ from ordinary knowledge, because knowledge acquired with ordinary mind is always limited by methods of investigation, by eye and ear, for, after all, the most complicated instruments that can be used in scientific research have to be verified by eye and ear. This knowledge is a very narrow knowledge not based on understanding of the whole, whereas great knowledge is knowledge based on understanding of the whole by a more developed mind. Thus there are different degrees of knowledge which are so different that they cannot really be compared. If you learn the multiplication table, this kind of knowledge not being limited in amount, you do not take it away from anybody. Nor, in the case of esoteric knowledge, do you in fact take it away from others, but this is because there are very few people who want it. It is difficult, at first, to accept the idea that knowledge is material, but if you think about it, perhaps you will begin to realize it. Let us take it like this: knowledge can exist in different solutions, in a very weak solution or in stronger solutions. When I speak of knowledge, I speak of a stronger solution which is very limited. We think that if we do not know something, it is because we do not know where to learn it. We do not realize how many things there are that we cannot know. Because of this, it is difficult for us to understand the materiality of knowledge and what controls its distribution. Just as there are accumulators in the body, so there are accumulators of knowledge in life. At certain periods of history certain knowledge was collected and kept there. If you find such an accumulator, you will get the knowledge. What are these accumulators? They are schools, even the old schools that no longer exist. Man cannot develop without tapping these accumulators, but if he does, he can get energy from them, real energy, such as centers get. Man 1, 2 and 3 will get only coarse energy. The energy that man number 5 can get will be finer. When it is said that knowledge is limited, it refers to knowledge in these accumulators. Q. Has this knowledge got form and weight? A form not necessarily, but weight yes, not in the ordinary sense but in the sense of density. In ordinary languages too some words have weight while some have no weight at all. Q. How can we work to find this accumulator? Does it refer only to schools, or is it also something within ourselves? You can work to come into contact with it just by learning what you can learn. It refers to both, to oneself and to schools. Q. Does a man with greater knowledge have a responsibility towards those who have less? I mean a man who has esoteric knowledge. A. Esoteric knowledge means school, so a man who has esoteric knowledge is a man who comes from a school or who is in a school. His responsibility is towards their school. When a man acquires school knowledge, he acquires responsibility. But it is impossible to discuss this question in general, for there may be many conditions we do not know. For instance, certain knowledge may be given only on certain conditions. Q. What a slender thread our connection with esoteric knowledge is, since it depends on you being with us to impart it. It is necessary to understand that our connection with esoteric knowledge cannot depend on a person. Suppose you know a person who is connected with an esoteric school but you cannot understand his ideas. Then your connection with esoteric school does not exist, and if this person dies, the connection disappears absolutely. But suppose during the time he was alive you understood his ideas, then you are connected. And if he dies you remain connected. So you can be connected with esoteric circles only through ideas, not through people. Q. Could the people in the system have any effect on events in life? A. How do you see it yourself? In what way? Q. I cannot see how they can, except for individuals to become conscious. For every individual? How can you make them conscious if they do not want to? This is a characteristic example of how we think. We think that we are asking practical questions. If one asks, one must see some point of application. Suppose people could affect events. Suppose there was such big magic they must spend a certain amount of energy. And you do not know the amount of energy necessary to produce an effect against the current, even the slightest effect. Our time is very bad, very unpleasant kinds of events happen. In order to stop a typical event on a big scale, the whole energy of the solar system is necessary. Can you command it? And the second thing is, do you know what is better? How can you be sure? I do not speak now about whether it is possible or not, but even if it were possible, do you have the energy and do you know what is better? We are people 1, 2 and 3, how can we know what is right? We have only just started to study a system that is supposed to bring man to a higher level. This is very useful material to think about. I find that I still cannot give up the idea of our being useful to some sort of conscious work which is going against the general madness. But this is imagination, because, first of all, we must be useful to ourselves. How can we be useful to some bigger kind of work if we cannot be useful to our own work? We must first learn to be useful to our own work, and then if there is a larger work, we may be useful to it. Besides, what does being useful mean? You will remember about being connected with the third line of work. A person cannot do more than he can. There may be different circumstances, capacities and conditions, so being useful cannot be taken as an obligation. But one must think about it and use the opportunity when it comes. One thing, however, must be taken as a rule to do nothing against the interests of the work. It does not mean that everybody can actually help at every given moment, and this is not expected or required. But everybody must be prepared to do what he can and what circumstances allow when the opportunity comes, and certainly to do nothing against the third line of work, for one can do many things to harm it. In the beginning, when we spoke of A, B and C influences, we did not specify what they were, we merely took them as influences. Now we must try to divide these influences into classes. And the practical side of this study will be how to control these influences, how to be receptive to certain influences and not be receptive to the influences we do not want. In other words, we must study life. Our study of ourselves will continue, but it is necessary to begin to study external things as well, try to understand them and form a right opinion about them. We will not be able to go far if we do not learn to discriminate between external events, events on a big scale, and find what is good and what is bad from the point of view of possible evolution. If we find in external events something that helps evolution, that will bring us to the question, how can individual evolution, that is, evolution of a small number of people, affect the general state of people? If we look at external life now and ask ourselves how we can regard it from the point of view of the existence of esoteric circles of humanity, we will see that the state of humanity is far from favorable, because, although we know that everybody cannot be in esoteric circles, there can exist in life definite influences coming from these circles. But we can say positively that we cannot see any signs of a control of things by the esoteric circles. Life goes on by itself. Roughly speaking, man's situation can be described like this: he is a machine governed by various currents coming from the big machines that surround him. What are these big machines? All big events, wars, revolutions, civilizations, religions, science, art, inventions of the last century, all these things produce different influences that act on man. Then in connection with schools it was explained that the possibility of escape is only in schools, that is, with the help of C influences. But what is the situation of people who do not know any school, for the possibility of schoolwork is very small and very rare? Does it mean that it is absolutely impossible to attain anything without school, or is there such a possibility? You remember I spoke of the 3 traditional ways and the 4th way. These 4 ways are called subjective ways. These ways are supposed to produce certain effects. But some people, maybe very few, may develop to a certain extent even without schoolwork. This is called the objective way, but it is a slow way. Subjective ways are shortcuts. They are for people impatient of ordinary slow work, even if there is a certain progress. So theoretically you can get possibilities of development living quite an ordinary life, without C influence, using only the material provided by B influences. You remember about B influences: religion, philosophy, art, science? On the whole, if people can absorb enough of this material, it should be sufficient for development, but even at best it is slow and uncertain development. All schools, all ways are for impatient people, that is why they are called subjective ways. So the answer to this question is both yes and no. Some people can develop without schools and some cannot, because it is a question of different types of people. Besides, the objective way also needs conditions. It does not mean that all people who are not in the work can develop. In a sense the objective way is even more difficult than schoolwork, because there one has no possibility of verifying whether what one decides to do or not to do is right or wrong. In school one can verify, but verifying is one thing and doing is another. So it is not impossible or improbable for a man to develop without the help of a school? Only to a certain extent, and that also with the help of a school, only without his being aware of it. For there are many things in which the help of schools can be found, generally in religions, philosophical systems and so on. You remember I said before that there are different schools. One person needs one kind of school, another person another kind. There are no universal schools suitable for everybody. At the same time you must realize that the chance to meet some kind of school is very rare. I mean to meet a school in real life, not in books or in theory, and if one meets a school, generally there is no other. If one finds this school too difficult and begins to look for another school, then, supposing even that one does meet another, one will find the same difficulty there. There can be no difference between schools in this respect, because differences are created by the relation of a man's state to school. So it will always be the same whatever school a man finds. I remember being told a story once by a man who said it had been his own experience. Some disciples of a school which was half yogi, half religious, found the school too difficult, so they came to another school. To their surprise they were immediately given the same task to do, but with some additional difficulty. One of them asked the man who gave them the task how he knew whether it meant that schools communicated with each other when a man left. The teacher answered, "It is not worthwhile communicating when a man runs away from one school and comes to another. As soon as I saw you I realized the kind of task you had been given, and could only give you the same but perhaps a little more difficult. So, you see, there is really no choice." What will happen if one acquires change of being without school? If one gets being or knowledge so to speak undeservedly, it is generally incomplete and worse than nothing, with the exception of very rare cases in the objective way, but the latter happens so seldom that it is no use speaking about it. Certain examples of wrong ways will be explained later, because in understanding the wrong way we can understand better the right way. For instance, efforts can be made on the basis of fear, but it will not be a right effort, because right effort should be based on understanding, not on fear. To return to our situation, we must remember all that we have heard and understood about attitudes. Our attitudes are like wires which connect us with events, and certain currents produced by the nature of these attitudes flow through these wires, and the nature of the current determines the kind of influence we receive from a given event. If a certain event produces an influence on us, this influence can be changed by our attitude. We must create a certain understanding of external things. This means we must judge them not by personal sympathies and antipathies but, as I said, from the point of view of their relation to possible evolution, that is, we must judge them from the point of view of a possible increase of the power of esotericism, because evolution of mankind means an increase of the power of esoteric circles over life. I said that at every moment one is surrounded by a great many big moving things which always affect one whether one is aware of it or not. They always affect one in one way or another. One may have very definite attitudes towards such things as wars, revolutions, events of social or political life and so on, or one may be indifferent, or negative, or positive towards them. In any case, being positive on one side means being negative on another, so it does not change anything. Right attitude includes understanding the quality of a thing from the point of view of evolution and of obstacles to evolution, meaning by evolution conscious, voluntary and intentional development of an individual man on definite lines and in a definite direction during the period of his earthly life. Things that do not help are simply not considered, however big they may be externally one does not see them. And if one does not consider or see them, one can get rid of their influence. Only, again, it is necessary to understand that not considering wrong things does not mean indifference, because people who are indifferent do not consider things, but are affected by them all the same. I repeat again, it is necessary to think about things using the ordinary emotional and ordinary thinking faculty and to try to find in what relation they stand to what we call evolution, that is, increase of the influence of inner circles and growth of the possibility for the right kind of people to acquire the right kind of knowledge. We have to understand the weight of things. You remember, it was explained about words that they have different weight and it is necessary to feel their weight. It is the same with events. Just as in ourselves there are many imaginary, invented things, so there are also in life. Because people believe in them, they produce an effect. In this sense almost the whole of life is not real. People live in non-existent things and do not see the real things. They do not even bother to think about them, being completely satisfied with the imaginary. Try to concentrate on the question of what is important and what is unimportant. We must learn to distinguish these things. So far, with the help of the work, we could define good and evil in relation to ourselves. Now we must come out of our shell and try to look around, using the same methods and the same principles. If we use one type of principles for ourselves and another for external things, we will never get anything out of it. We do not think sufficiently of the relation of this work to life in general. We do not give account to ourselves of the position it occupies. As regards life, I do not say you can answer this question, but you can think about it, see it from one angle or another angle. Unless you think about it, things will not be in their right perspective for you and you will not understand the work in the right way. The work is a small thing, and enormous things belong to life. I do not mean by this wars and revolutions and things of this kind, but things belonging to everyday life. You will see that it occupies no position at all and need not exist from the point of view of life. At the same time, the work is the most important thing for those who understand it. So we must make it go on and not expect any help from life. We must go against life, do everything ourselves. We cannot think that there is plenty of time, that if we do not do something now we will do it next year, for next year things may be different. Analysis of events in life can be based on the idea of influences A, B and C. We can ask ourselves, how many influences of the third kind, that is, influences conscious both in their origin and action, do we see? We must admit that we never see them. If we are looking for something, we meet only with certain manifestations of influence B, and every influence B is surrounded by all possible dangers and all kinds of forces trying to destroy it. Many influences B are disappearing under our eyes. Things that could be found not so long ago cannot be found anymore. How many influences B of the past reach us? They do not live long, they have a short life, with the exception of 2 or 3 which are surrounded by such a tangle of mechanical adaptations that they almost become influences A. They survive only in this form. All mechanical forces tend to destroy them because in their origin they are opposed to mechanical forces. Q. What is the connection between civilization of the world and personal evolution? A. We do not realize that the beginning of many activities in life is the work of conscious people. We think that all the work we see was begun and continued by people such as we are, by sleeping people. But sleeping people can only accidentally invent something useful, and they invent both useful and harmful things with equal pleasure. They cannot distinguish the one from the other. If we accept the word civilization, it is the work of sleeping people, so there is no guarantee. There may be civilization today and barbarism tomorrow. Supposing that what you or someone else calls civilization destroys influences B and you find yourself surrounded by influences A, you will have no chance. And, indeed, what we ordinarily call civilization does destroy influences B. Revolutions destroy, wars destroy, civilizations destroy, everything destroys esoteric influences. For instance, schools have always been destroyed by wars, that is a well-known fact. Schools cannot be established permanently. It is not exactly that wars intended to destroy schools, they did it by the way. War is one of these institutions in the life of humanity which make work impossible and destroy schools. Schoolwork needs a certain amount of normality in life. If life becomes too abnormal, schoolwork becomes impossible, and a school disappears. Q. But people who profit by schoolwork do not disappear. What they learned would not leave them. A. If they learned enough they will profit by it, but if they only learned a little they cannot profit much. There is a certain standard, a certain amount of knowledge necessary, and if you acquire this amount you can continue to work, but if you did not get enough you cannot. Individual people, if they have reached a certain stage in development of consciousness, can isolate themselves from circumstances and can continue to work so long as they remain alive. But school is under different laws, it needs an external form. Schools can do nothing about it, they have to take circumstances as they are, both big and small schools, elementary or highly developed. They have to exist in whatever circumstances they find themselves, and if circumstances become impossible, schools become impossible. This must be kept in mind. There is another thing in connection with this. Religion is a more stable thing. Maybe it was organized in that way in order to exist. But schools cannot be organized in the same way, they need a certain minimum of security to survive. Q. Why has the influence of the esoteric circles been diminishing lately? A. People are becoming less and less sane. They need less truth and are more incapable of distinguishing it and more easily satisfied with lies. Interest in these ideas is much less and people's preparation is much less than even 30 or 40 years ago. And this is not only the result of political events, although they also have their part in it. Q. In what sense do you mean people are less prepared? A. For instance, the idea of esotericism was not explained in St. Petersburg, it was supposed to be known. Now it can no longer be assumed that the psychological method of thinking, the existence of esotericism and the need for schools of an esoteric origin is understood. We can never understand the meaning of esotericism and the inner circles of humanity until we understand that life is chaos and that things, instead of becoming more controlled and orderly, are becoming only more complicated and less controlled. We take complication for progress. In ordinary life, people's actions are not coordinated and results are unforeseen. Each man works in his own direction and the combined results produce things. Results in life are the results of cross-purposes, not the results of intentional actions. It is necessary to understand that this is always so in the outer circle and it cannot be different. We can do nothing to change this state of affairs. We are corks on the waves which think that they control currents. It is very important to think about that and to look at things from this point of view. If one does not understand the difference between the inner and the outer circles, one will not understand further. What is possible in the inner circles is impossible in our circle. Q. Should not the present state of the world make more people look for schools? People are frightened, they feel uncomfortable. A. Why should one discomfort lead to another discomfort? Do you think that will make them come? You expect too much of them. You can say to a man that if he studies the system he will be more awake, but you cannot say he will be better off. Q. They will get rid of identification. A. And they will say that they cannot work without identification, and if they are not identified, they will lose all their money. There is no connection between interest in the system and the discomfort of the present situation. Q. I have been very puzzled by my observation of young people. If they are happy and thoroughly normal, the idea of esotericism does not seem to appeal to them. The idea of esotericism is very difficult. Sometimes one can catch its meaning at an early age, but often one fails to see it from the right angle. We have so many wrong attitudes and wrong ideas that nothing can be expected. I think a person who becomes seriously interested in these ideas is an exception, because people's minds are in such a confusion with absurd and contradictory ideas. Q. I am only interested in the psychological side of the system, but not in esotericism. A. But the psychological side is also esoteric. The system gives you nothing that is not esoteric, for the whole of it comes from minds that are not ordinary minds, it comes from people who understood things. Ordinary systems cannot bring about any change. The psychological side of the system is even more esoteric than the other side, or it would have no value. It has value only because it comes from higher minds, from their understanding and their ideas. This must be understood. We got this system somehow. If we suppose it has been created by men on the same level as we are, or that it is a theory, it has no value at all. But it is not a theory, it is supposed to come from school, from men of higher development. If there were no men of higher development, we would have no system. In the beginning in Russia Mr. Gurdjieff always insisted that it was not a system, it was just fragments and one had to make a system out of them. And he insisted that it should be given in this way. Now I make it more of a system, because we have more people. But when it was only a small group it was just conversations and not lectures. In lectures it is difficult to speak in fragments, but on the whole it is still fragments, all the same. These fragments are on different scales, so you must understand much to put them together on the right scale. The same words and the same theories are used in different diagrams, for instance all on quite different scales. Q. Can you give an example of what it means that it is taught in fragments? Many things are taught like that, all about building up energies, the psychological side, the explanation of how the machine works, the side concerning the world and so on. It is very important to understand this. Only when you begin to understand how the scale changes will you be able to understand the system. As I said, it is taught in fragments each of which is on a different scale. You have to put them together and at the same time correct the scale. It is like several geographical maps, each on a different scale, cut into pieces. You have to see which piece fits which, where the scale is very different and where it is less different. This is the only way to study this system. Q. Do you mean we cannot talk about the worlds unless we reduce them to our scale? No, what I meant is quite different. Of course, we reduce everything. But what I meant is that we have to study things on different scales and we must remember this and realize the relationship of different scales and the fact that things change with change of scale. Also we must bear in mind that, about many things, we believe that they mean something, when actually they mean nothing at all. The system teaches us to find the difference between realities and imaginary quantities, and even worse than imaginary. Q. I feel we have only half the knowledge of the system we could have. A. Much less than half. Such as we are, we can only get fragments but sufficiently big to build something out of them. We must try to understand the structure. When you have all the fragments before you, you may see certain connections. And when you find these connections you may see many other things. Q. Have you altered the teaching much? A. I have not altered it. But I prefer sometime to start from a different point. In this system, as in any organic system, one can start from any point. This is not an alteration. Everything else remains the same, but I prefer to start with the psychological side. Q. Have the people in the inner circle any control over people in the outer circle? A. Yes, but with many reservations. The conscious circle cannot act directly, but only through B influences. Influences C can appear only if influences B are accepted and if people look for them. Men in the inner circle cannot have control over people who do not wish to know them. They cannot use violence, because it would mean a wrong triad, a wrong activity. For every kind of result there is a special triad. For instance, if people wish to acquire control, they can achieve it only in one way. If they act in another way they will get the opposite result. Wars, revolutions and so on never give the desired results, but always the opposite results, because wrong triads are used. If people of the inner circles wish to influence other people, they can produce good results only if there is understanding, and only with people who wish it. This is a useful question. Try to think about it. Q. You spoke of the insecurities we live in. Will the school take precautions to protect itself? I understood you to say that a school is not under the law of accident. A. I meant that a school cannot be formed by accident, but it can be destroyed by accident. It cannot be formed mechanically, but it can be destroyed mechanically. Take some work of art, it will not be created purely mechanically, it will be made by some special triad, but it can be burned like anything else. Q. If schools are real living things, why do they die? A. What do you mean by saying that schools are living things? It is vague and indefinite. But if we take it literally, it will make it quite clear why schools die. All living beings die sooner or later. If people die, schools must also die. I have explained that schools need certain conditions. If these conditions are destroyed, the school is destroyed. Q. But the ideas may remain? Ideas cannot fly, they need human heads. And a school does not consist of ideas. You always forget that school teaches how to improve being. Q. Were no ideas written down in the past? A. Certainly there were, but ideas can be written down in different forms. They may be written down in such a way that nobody can read them without explanation from those who know, or without change of being. Take the Gospels, they are written in different ciphers. One must know the key to decipher them, otherwise it would be just a story, doubtful historically and producing many wrong effects. Q. Will the system give the key to the Gospels? A. Some keys, but you cannot expect all the keys. Many of the keys can be got only with change of being, they cannot be only a matter of knowledge. Again you forget about being. Change of being means connection with higher centers. Higher centers can understand many things which ordinary centers cannot. Q. Then the New Testament must have misled many people? A. The New Testament is written for schools and for different levels. In schools every word is explained. Every sentence in the New Testament has dozens of meanings. That is why there are so many things in it we do not understand. We are trying to pass from the level of man 1, 2 and 3 to the level of understanding of man number 4. Other people may be trying to pass to the level of man no 5, yet others to the level of man no 6 and so on, and they all read the New Testament, so we cannot expect, on our level, to understand all of it, since it is written in a very clever way. When somebody said it is under 7 locks, he was quite right. One must find one key and use it, and then, with its help, one will find a second key, and so on, but one will not understand it until one has opened all the 7 locks. So if we understand all that is possible to understand on our level, we may get the possibility of understanding more. Q. Can a school reach a higher level than the school it started from? A. Yes, if it works according to methods and principles of schoolwork, it can grow. But again you must remember that the level of the school depends on the level of being of the people who constitute it. Q. Was self-remembering a feature of the old esoteric knowledge? A. Always, everywhere. Only sometimes. For instance, in religious schools, it is called by a different name. It is not arbitrary. Self-remembering is a necessary stage in man's development, not an arbitrarily imposed task. One has to pass through it, and one can pass through it only in one way. Q. Did Christ at any time speak about it, and in what words? Almost on every page, in different words. For instance, watch, do not sleep. He spoke about it all the time. Q. How should one consider church religion? A. We cannot discuss religion, because it is quite a different thing. Different elements enter into it. Every religion is based on faith and, as I said already, faith does not enter into our system. All we can say is that religions are on different levels, As I have explained in the first lectures, religion is a relative term. All people are divided into men of different levels, and all religions are divided in the same way. Each religion has all the degrees. This is one of the very important things to understand. We only know the horizontal divisions, historical and geographical. But there exist other divisions. There are religious ways. And religion does not contradict any other system. The difference lies in different levels. Suppose you know religion No. 2. It is not sufficient if you want to study yourself and become No. 4. And suppose you find that this system is on a certain level and do not know of a religion of a sufficiently high level, then conflict is possible. Conflict is possible only between different levels. I feel since I met this system that I seem to understand the prayer book and the Bible better. Can it help us by giving a better understanding of the teaching of Christ? I already said that this system is not a religion. You can improve your mental machine and your capacity for understanding, and you can make your emotions better, but whether the system can help you in this direction I cannot say. Later you may be able to see the connection between the ideas of the system and the esoteric parts of religion. But we do not know esoteric religion, so we cannot speak about it. A very similar question was asked Mr. Gurdjieff in St. Petersburg. Someone asked in what relation this system stood to Christianity. Mr. Gurdjieff said many things about how different people understand Christianity differently. And then he said, if you like, this is esoteric Christianity. And he added, what from your point of view is the most important thing in Christ's teaching? It is action. Do this, do not do that. The question is, can you do it? You must decide for yourself whether you can understand it better now or not, but you must take Christianity as a teaching of action, not as a mental teaching. If you take the Christian teaching without the modern sentimental attitude, you will see that it is the most exclusive of all religions. It is constantly repeated and repeated that only a few have a chance. Difficult way, narrow way, only a few can pass through, and so on. One cannot help thinking that the Absolute is one name for God. No, you are quite wrong. The Absolute is the principle that lies in the beginning of things and behind everything. I never connected the Absolute with God in the religious sense. God in religion can do many things for you, but the Absolute can do nothing for you. So it is not God in that sense. You cannot pray to the Absolute. If you take a religious question, follow the religious explanation. If you see a difference, keep them separate. Is it a fact that there are higher forces one can contact when one is in a better state? In every situation, in every question we must keep to what we can know, to what we can be sure about, and we can be sure that most of our time we are in a state in which we cannot be in contact with higher forces. Either we are fully asleep and no higher forces can penetrate to us, or we are negative so that everything that comes to us is transformed into one or another kind of negativeness. In such a state, what can we expect? Are there many esoteric teachings or only one? Every teaching of an esoteric origin agrees fundamentally with the others. In order to be true, the teaching must be one of many. If it is unique, it means it is invented. In the New Testament we are very often told to watch and pray. What is it in the system which corresponds to prayer? Whose prayer? If a machine prays, what can be the result? Which prayer? Prayer does not necessarily mean petition. Most prayers have as their aim keeping the mind on certain ideas, a form of meditation. Do you think that self-consciousness can be achieved by prayer? And if so, how should one pray? If one could really pray continuously, it would create self-conscious The whole thing is that we cannot. A man decides to pray and 5 minutes later it becomes a mechanical repetition of words. If one could pray, prayer could do it, but one cannot, because one is not. Man could do many things if he was, that is, if he was permanent as it is. One starts, another continues. Q. Is true prayer contact with higher powers? A. I will not argue against it. But we know quite concretely that in ordinary centers we only have the powers that belong to them. At the same time, we learn that higher centers have many powers that ordinary centers do not have. So I can answer in the language of the system that if this contact is possible, it is only possible through higher centers. Our problem is how to approach higher centers. We cannot have contact now, but higher centers may have. Nobody can guarantee it, because even our expectations may be wrong. In any case we know, and some people have had their short experiences of it, that higher centers have new powers, so all we can do is to try to become connected with higher centers by studying how to become conscious. When we become conscious, we shall have contact with higher centers, and then we may have new powers and new knowledge. Q. But do we not already have flashes of higher emotional center? As some people do, but they are only flashes which they cannot control. Only man number 5 can control these things, and we are but men. No 1, 2 and 3. Q. According to some esoteric teachings, the mind of a man is like a pool. When it is calm he can see things clearly and listen to the voice of the silence. A. There are many dangers in that. It is so easy to mix the real voice of the silence with an imaginary voice, so easy to mix truth with imagination. It may be the way for some people, but it is not the way for us. We want to know more precisely how to evolve, so for us all such definitions are dangerous, for there is no instrument by which we can separate the imagination in them from reality. That is what you must remember in this system, that you learn how to separate the imaginary from the real from the very beginning. When you learn to distinguish in yourself imagination from reality, then later, on higher levels of consciousness, you will be able to separate it in the objective world. Many of these mystical ways only increase confusion instead of bringing man nearer to truth, they lead him further from it. Q. Then should man continually seek irritations? Why irritations? You take that for granted and then try to find opposites. You can try all your life and get nothing, if you work in the wrong way, but you must try, in the right way, to remember yourself, not to identify, to gain control. Nobody has enough control. We are not masters of ourselves, and this is why we cannot begin to do this and not do that. We have to study first, and understand first. We must study ourselves, and sometimes we can turn one little thing and another little thing, and in this way we begin to change. One cannot start with this big calm. One can want to be calm, if one is not calm, but that is the same as speaking of such Christian principles, as loving your enemies. Q. Is not the ABC of all esoteric knowledge the death of the seed? A. We may take it like that. As a matter of fact, in connection with this there is another thing which may perhaps explain our situation. I remember long ago Mr. Gurdjieff said about this expression, repeated 2 or 3 times in the New Testament, that in order to germinate and produce a plant a seed must die, that it was not complete in relation to man. In relation to man it must be amplified. Speaking in general about the work, about its possibilities and about the direction of the work, Mr. Gurdjieff explained it to us like this. First we must realize that we are asleep, secondly we must awake. When we are awake we must die, when we die we can be born. This is the process in detail and the direction. It is useful to think about it, useful to understand what sleep means, what to awake means, what to die means, and what it would mean to be born. Suppose we want to be born, We cannot be born until we die, and we cannot die until we awake. We cannot awake until we realize that we are asleep. So there are definite steps. Q. What does to die mean in the sense in which you speak? A. To die means to die, to disappear, not to be, not to exist. It is useless to die in sleep, because then you cannot be born. You must awake first. I have been asked many questions, some of them very naive, by different people who have tried to understand the Lord's Prayer and who came to me asking me to explain what one or another phrase in it means. For instance, I have been asked what our Father in heaven means, who are our debtors and what are our debts, and so on, as if the Lord's Prayer could be explained in plain words. You must understand first of all that ordinary, plain words cannot explain anything in relation to the Lord's Prayer. Some preparatory understanding is necessary, then further understanding may come, but only as a result of effort and right attitude. The Lord's Prayer can be taken as an example of an insoluble problem. It has been translated into every language, learned by heart, repeated daily, yet people have not the slightest idea of what it really means. This failure to understand its meaning is connected with our general inability to understand the New Testament. If you remember, in another conversation, the whole of the New Testament was given as an example of objective art, that is to say, the work of higher mind. How then can we expect to understand with our ordinary mind what was formulated and given by higher mind? What we can do is to try and raise our mind to the level of thinking of higher mind, and although we do not realize it, this is possible in many different ways. In mathematics, for instance, we can deal with infinities with infinitely small and infinitely large quantities which mean nothing to our ordinary mind. And what is possible in mathematics is possible for us if we start in the right way and continue in the right way. One of the first things which must be understood and remembered, before a study of the Lord's Prayer is possible, is the difference between the religious language and system language. What is religion? This word is used very often. There are people who use it every day, but they cannot define what is meant by religion. In the system we have heard that religion is different for different people, that there is religion of man number 1, a religion of man number 2, a religion of man number 3, and so on. But how can we define the difference between them? Before coming to definitions we must understand first of all that the most necessary element in all religions known to us is the idea of God, a God with whom we can stand in a personal relationship, to whom we can, as it were, speak, whom we can beg for help, and in the possibility of whose help we can believe. An inseparable part of religion is faith in God, that is, in a higher being, omnipotent and omnipresent, who can help us in anything we wish for or want to do. I do not speak from the point of view of whether this is right or wrong, possible or impossible. I simply say that faith, that is belief in God and in His power to help us, is an essential part of religion. Prayer is also an inseparable part of any religion, but prayer can be very different. Prayer can be a petition for help in anything we may undertake, and also, through schoolwork, prayer can become help itself. It can become an instrument of work which can be used for reviving ideas of the system, it can be used for self-remembering and for reminding us about sleep and the necessity for awakening. At the same time, the expressions of religious language cannot be translated exactly into the system language. First, because of the element of faith in religion, and secondly, because of the acceptance in religion and religious language of facts and assertions which in the system are regarded as illogical and inconsistent. Nevertheless, It would be wrong to say that religion and the system are incompatible or contradictory, only, we must learn not to mix the two languages. If we begin to mix them, we shall spoil any useful conclusions that could be made on either of the two lines. Returning to the idea of God, an idea which is inseparable from religion and religious language, we must first ask ourselves how religions can be divided in a general or historical way. They may be divided into religions with one God and religions with many gods. But even in this division it must be remembered that there is a great difference between the ordinary understanding of monotheism and polytheism and the system understanding of the same ideas. Although there are certain differences between gods as, for instance, in Greek mythology in the ordinary understanding of polytheism all gods are more or less on the same level. From the system point of view, which includes the idea of different scales and different laws on different levels, one has quite a different understanding of the interdependence of gods. If we take the Absolute as God, we can see that it has no relation to us. The Absolute is God for gods, it has relation only to the next world, that is, World 3. The World 3 is God for the next world, that is, World 6. And also for all the following worlds, but in a lesser and lesser degree. Then the galaxy, sun, planets, earth and moon are all gods, each including in itself smaller gods. The ray of creation as a whole, taken as one triad, is also God, God the Holy, God the Firm, God the Immortal. So we may choose on which level we wish to take our God if we want to use the word God in the religious sense, that is to say, in the sense of a God having immediate access to our lives. From the system point of view we have nothing to prove that any of these worlds may have a personal relation to us, but there is a place for God in the system. In the lateral octave which begins in the sun as do there are two quite unknown points about which we have no material for thinking. The octave begins as do in the sun, then passes into C on the level of the planets. On Earth it becomes La Sol Fa, which constitutes organic life including man. When each individual being in the human, animal and vegetable kingdom dies, the body or what remains of the body goes to the earth and becomes part of the earth, and the soul goes to the moon and becomes part of the moon. From this we can understand me and re, but about C and do we know nothing at all. These two notes may give rise to many suppositions as to the possible place of a god or gods having some relation to us in the ray of creation. Now, remembering all that has just been said, we may come to the study of the Lord's Prayer. The first thing is to discover why and when it was given. We know that it was given to replace many useless prayers. The next thing is to note many interesting features in the Lord's Prayer itself and in its very special construction, and from our understanding of this construction, and particularly from our knowledge of the law of three, we may be able to realize that, from the system point of view, there is a possibility of the development of understanding through our understanding of the Lord's Prayer. Like many mathematical problems, the study of the Lord's Prayer must begin with a correct disposition or arrangement of the separate parts of the problem. We notice at once two interesting things. First, that their Lord's Prayer is divided into 3 times 3, and second, that in the Lord's Prayer there are certain key words, that is to say, words which explain other words to which they refer. We cannot call the division into 3 times 3 triads, because we do not know their relation to one another and cannot see the forces. We can only see that there are 3 parts. If you read the first 3 petitions together as one part, you will see many things which you cannot see if you read them in the ordinary way. 1. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. 2. Thy kingdom come. 3. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In the first petition, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, the immediate question is, who is our Father? The key word is heaven. What does in heaven mean? If we try to answer this question from the point of view of the ray of creation, we may be able to understand something. We live on the earth, so heaven must mean higher levels, that is, the planets, the sun or the galaxy. The idea of heaven presupposes certain forces, or certain mind or minds on those higher levels to which, in some way, the Lord's Prayer advises us to appeal. Heaven cannot refer to anything on the level of the earth. But if we realize that the cosmic forces connected with the galaxy, the sun or the planets are too big to have any relation to us, then we can look for the place of our Father in heaven in the do or see of the lateral octave, or we can again leave it to higher regions. In the words which follow there is nothing personal. Hallowed be thy name is the expression of a desire for the development of the right attitude towards God, and for a better understanding of the idea of God or higher mind, and this desire for development obviously refers to the whole of humanity. The second petition, Thy kingdom come, is the expression of a desire for the growth of esotericism. In a new model of the universe I tried to explain that the kingdom of heaven could only mean esotericism, that is to say, a certain inner part of humanity under particular laws. The third petition, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, is the expression of a desire for the transition of the earth to a higher level, under the direct will of higher mind. Thy will be done refers to something that may happen but has not yet happened. These three petitions refer to conditions which may come but which have not yet been fulfilled. The first petition of the second part of the Lord's Prayer is, Give us this day our daily bread. The word daily does not exist in the oldest known Greek and Latin text. The correct word, which later was replaced by daily, is supersubstantialis or supersubstantial. The correct text should be, Give us today our supersubstantial bread. Supersubstantial or spiritual as some people say, may refer to higher food, higher hydrogens, higher influences or higher knowledge. The two following petitions in this second part, Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil, are the most difficult to understand or to explain. They are particularly difficult because their ordinary meaning, as generally accepted, has nothing to do with the real meaning. When people think about the words, Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors in the ordinary way, they immediately begin to make logical and psychological mistakes. First of all, they take for granted that they can forgive debts, and that it depends on them whether they will forgive or not forgive. And secondly, they believe that it is equally good to forgive debts and to have their own debts forgiven. This is a fallacy and has no foundation whatever. If they think about themselves, if they study themselves, if they observe themselves, they will very soon see that they cannot forgive any debt just as they cannot do anything. In order to do and in order to forgive, one must first of all be able to remember oneself. One must be awake and one must have will. As we are now, we have thousands of different wills, and even if one of these wills wants to forgive, there are always many others which do not want to forgive and which will think that forgiveness is a weakness, an inconsistency or even a crime. And the strangest thing is that sometimes it is really a crime to forgive. Here we come to an interesting point. We do not know whether it is good to forgive or not, whether it is good to forgive always, or whether in some cases it is better to forgive and in some cases better not to forgive. If we think more about it, we may come to the conclusion that even if we could forgive, perhaps it would be better to wait until we knew more, that is, until we knew in which cases it is better to forgive and in which cases it is better not to forgive. At this point we should remember what has been said about positive and negative attitudes, and we should realize that positive attitudes are not always correct. Negative attitudes are sometimes necessary for a right understanding. So, if forgiving always means having a positive attitude, then forgiving may sometimes be quite wrong. We must understand that to forgive indiscriminately may be worse than not to forgive at all, and this understanding may bring us to the right view of our own position in relation to our own debts. Suppose for a moment that there actually was some benevolent and rather stupid deity who could forgive our debts, and who would really forgive them and wipe them out. It would be the greatest misfortune that could happen to us. There would be no incentive for us to work then, and no reason to work. We could go on doing the same wrong things and having them all forgiven in the end. Such a possibility is quite contrary to any idea of the work. In the work we must know that nothing will be forgiven. Only this knowledge will give us a real incentive to work, and at least prevent us from repeating the same things which we already know to be wrong. It is interesting to look at schools from this point of view and to compare schools with ordinary life. In life people may expect forgiveness, or at least hope for it. In school nothing is forgiven. That is an essential part of a school system, school method and school organization. Schools exist precisely for not forgiving, and because of this fact one can hope and expect to get something from a school. If things were forgiven in schools, there would be no reason for their existence. The inner meaning of forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors actually refers to influences, that is to say, influences from higher levels. We can attract to ourselves higher influences only if we transfer to other people the influences we receive or have received. There are many other meanings of these words, but this is the beginning of the way to understand them. The third petition of this second part is, lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil. What is our greatest temptation? Most probably it is sleep. So the first words are understandable: help us to sleep less, or help us to awake sometimes. The next part is more difficult. It reads, but deliver us from evil. Possibly it should be and deliver us from evil. There are many interpretations of this but none of them is quite satisfactory as translated into ordinary language, so I shall leave it for the present. The chief question is, what does evil mean? One possible interpretation is that in relation to the ordinary temptation, which is only sleep, it means letting oneself fall asleep again when one had already begun to awake. It may mean giving up the work when one has already understood the necessity for working, giving up efforts after one had begun to make efforts and, as has already been mentioned, starting to do stupid or even harmful things, such as going against school rules and justifying oneself for so doing. Many interesting examples of things of this kind can be found in the actions of people who leave the work and particularly in their explanations of their doing so. Finally, the third part of the Lord's Prayer should be taken as referring to a future order of things and not to the present order. 1. For thine is the kingdom 2. The power 3. And the glory forever. Amen. Presupposes that the desire expressed in the first part of the prayer has already been realized, has already taken place. Actually these words can only refer to the future. In conclusion, the whole of the Lord's Prayer can be taken as one triad. It cannot be taken in the sense that one part is active force, another part passive force and a third part neutralizing force, because all relations probably change with the change in the center of gravity of attention. This means that, by itself, Each of these three divisions or parts can be taken as one force, and that together they can make a triad. These very big ideas are put in the form of a prayer. When you decipher this idea of prayer, prayer in the sense of supplication, disappears. Q. What is the difference between forgiving and being forgiven? A. Subject and object. But we cannot be forgiven. We did something and, according to the law of cause and effect, a certain result will be produced. We cannot change the law, but we can become free, escape from it. We can change the present, through the present the future, and through the future the past. We must pay our debts. By paying them we change the past, but there are different ways of paying. Q. What are the different ways of paying our debts? A. Mechanically or consciously. We pay them in any case, by waiting for the results of causes and paying thus, or by changing the past and paying in another way. Today is the result of some past. If we change today, we change the past. Q. Is changing the past struggling against the way things go? A. This is the beginning only. Positive emotions and higher influences are necessary. We cannot change anything without them. There are several stages. This does not come at once, it is necessary to work. I have put some principles it is necessary to see how we can reach this. There are many interesting things in this. For instance, there is no word I or me in the Lord's Prayer. That means there can be no personal favors. All people stand in the same relation to higher forces, all need the same things. Chapter 16. The idea of recurrence can only be regarded as a theory. Different relationship of people to the possibility of recurrence. 3 successive stages. Why the possibility of receiving C influence must be limited. Remembering past lives. Theory of reincarnation as a simplification of the idea of recurrence. Impossibility of finding proof. We are limited by the state of our being. Different kinds of essence as the strongest argument in favor of pre-existence. Why schools cannot recur. Study of recurrence in one life. Eternal recurrence is not eternal. Possibility of variations. Chances are limited and time is counted. Self-remembering and recurrence. Personality and recurrence. Study of children's minds. Origin of the idea of recurrence. 3 dimensions of time. The idea of recurrence and the system. Parallel time. Limitations of our mind. Growth of tendencies and recurrence. Possibilities of meeting a school. Next time. Being prepared is the starting point. The same for everybody. School and the demands made in it. Death of essence. Recurrence and date of death. Recurrence of world events. Their only thing is to awake. I constantly get questions referring to recurrence, so I want to say something about it which may give you material for thinking. There are 2 reasons why I avoid speaking about it. First, we can only talk about the theory, we have no real facts about it, and secondly, we do not know whether in connection with the work the laws referring to recurrence change. It is necessary to understand these things. We know very little about recurrence. Some day we may try to collect what can be taken as reliable in all that is written about recurrence and see which way we can think about it. But it is only a theory. I wrote in A New Model of the Universe, long ago, that even in ordinary life people may be very different in relation to recurrence. Some people may have exactly the same recurrence, other people may have different variations or possibilities, some may go up and others may go down, and many other things. But this is all without relation to the work. In the case of people who come nearer to the work, it may be possible, though only theoretically, to study 3 successive recurrences. Let us suppose that the first is when one comes close to the possibility of meeting with some kind of ideas of higher mind, the second, when one definitely comes in contact with C influence, and the third, which would be the result of it. The interesting thing is that, after the second, the possibilities of recurrence greatly diminish. Before one comes into contact with C influence, they look unlimited, but after this contact the possibility of recurrence is reduced. If we understand that, we will be able to speak about recurrence with a certain amount of reason and profit. Otherwise, if we take everything on the same plane, it will be just theoretical talk and quite useless. Q. Do you mean that after coming in contact with C influences the number of chances diminishes? A. Yes, because C influence cannot be wasted. B influences are practically unlimited. This means they are thrown into life and one can take or not take them, they do not diminish. But C influence is limited. Try to answer this question for yourselves and you will understand why the possibility of receiving C influence must be limited, because if one does not make use of it, what is the good of wasting it? Q. Does it mean if we worked in the right way our chances would increase? A. No, it does not mean that at all. It merely means that if we do not work in the right way we will lose the possibility of these chances recurring. Without this additional feature I have just mentioned it is quite useless to speak about recurrence even as a theory. In thinking about recurrence, it is useful to think about what is possible and what is impossible, what can happen and what cannot happen. Generally people either do not accept this idea, or do not know about it, or do not understand it, or else accept too much, put too much into it. So it is useful to think in what relation we stand to it, and for this we must have a basis from which to start. For instance, it refers to remembering. People often ask about remembering past lives, but they forget that without the work of higher centers they cannot. Very often you hear people say, chiefly in connection with what they call reincarnation, that they can remember their lives in previous reincarnations, and they write books about what they were before. This is pure fantasy. You must understand that in our ordinary state we cannot remember past lives, there is nothing to remember with. In our mind and centers, it is all new. What may pass from one life to another is essence. So one can have only such vague sensations, instead of definite recollections, that it is hard to suppose that anyone can remember anything concrete. Only in the first years of life is it really possible, but then one generally does not notice this feeling, or if one does, it creates imagination. Q. What is the difference between the theory of reincarnation and the theory of recurrence? The idea of reincarnation is a kind of adaptation of the idea of recurrence to our ordinary understanding, because, as a theory, the idea of recurrence is much more difficult for us. It needs quite a new understanding of time. Even educated people need a certain amount of mathematical knowledge to understand the idea of return. Recurrence is in eternity, but reincarnation is in time. It supposes that time exists apart from us and that we continue to exist in this time after death. For instance, in Buddhism they take it that a man dies and is immediately born again, so that one life follows another, because this is easier to understand for ordinary people. But we have no evidence of the existence of time beyond our life. Time is life for each person, and it includes in itself all time, so that when life ends, time ends. So reincarnation is a less scientific theory than recurrence. Too much is taken for granted. Q. But where do all these lives take place? A. We do not speak about the place, but about recurrence. If you say that you remember that you lived in Rome, for instance, how can you find proof? It is impossible. So each theory can exist on different planes. The theory of recurrence can exist on a certain plane which requires a certain knowledge and a certain understanding, and then it can be distorted and brought down to lower and lower planes. This can happen with every theory, and sometimes in the process it can even become its own opposite. But you must always remember that we cannot prove anything and cannot insist on any particular theory. Only, we must understand each theory within its own limits and its own cycle and see what is possible and what is impossible from the point of view of this theory. If you take a theory and proceed to add one thing and to take away another, that would be wrong. In each theory one must study what it includes, and nothing must be omitted. So if we find a theory that is philosophically possible, we can look for conditions in which it would cease to be a theory and would become a fact. Q. Am I wrong in assuming that you yourself are not convinced in the reality of the theory of eternal recurrence? A. I tried to explain that you cannot be convinced of these theories. If you think you can be convinced, it will be just belief. There are a whole series of questions and problems about which all we can do is to form theories, without ever being really convinced that one theory is better than another. As a theory I would say that the theory of recurrence is better than the theory of reincarnation, but we have no real evidence as to whether it is nearer to facts or not. And we cannot have evidence because of our state of consciousness. The only possibility, from the point of view of work, is to hope that perhaps, if we change our state of consciousness, our possibilities of observation will increase. In our present state we can have nothing but theories about such things. We are limited by the state of our being, and the state of being of man 1, 2 and 3 is such that we cannot know these things for certain. Q. Did you say that one could not possibly remember our former life? A. Yes. Only essence can remember. And since in ordinary man essence is unorganized and not separated from personality, we do not remember. At the same time, the fact that one person has one kind of essence and another kind is one of the strongest arguments for pre-existence, because essence cannot be born out of nothing, it is too definite. But the system takes man only from birth to death. Q. Where does the part of us which recurs come from? A. It is you. When we speak about recurrence, we think about our recurrence. Where this part comes from we do not know, and we can spend our whole life on theoretical definitions, but it will not change anything or help our psychological understanding of the idea. I am now trying to establish certain principles which will give us a practical understanding of it. We could find many words, but words will not lead anywhere. Have you found the answer, why C influences cannot be wasted? Think about that. If you answer this question, you will answer many other questions. And this you do know, put 2 and 2 together. Q. Is it because if such a thing would be liable to recur, again and again you waste it? This is implied, but it is not the answer. Certainly, if it is wasted, and again wasted, what is the use? But there is something you do not see in all this, and yet it is the key to the whole thing. It is very simple, there is nothing mysterious. It is not a puzzle. It is merely a question of thinking. Try to think like this. Take an ordinary school. A boy goes to school and every year begins to learn the same thing. He studies something for a whole year, then goes home and forgets everything, and has to learn the same thing all over again. Again he studies it for a whole year, and again goes home and forgets, and again comes back and learns the same thing. What will they say to him at school? This is why schools are not repeated, why there is no recurrence for schools. And this is what people want, they want to learn the same thing again. But next time you must be in a higher school. If you cannot go to a higher school, there will be no other school on this level, because you have already passed it. Q. Would you meet a school through C influence? A. School means C influence. You meet the school through B influences. Q. You cannot go into a higher class unless you pass an examination? A. Quite right, but you can pass the examination and forget everything. It happens very often. Q. But, to a certain extent, you have learned how to learn? A. Sometimes, and sometimes not. You learn how to learn and you learn how to forget. Q. It seems to me from what you have said that this C influence is transmutation, the power to transmute, and anything less than that is not C influence. A. Quite right. You are very near, but you can also take C influence simply as a certain amount of knowledge. Q. Knowledge that can be used? A. No, that again is a definition. I said knowledge. Definitions will not help. It is strange that you do not see it, that you do not catch what it means simply. Transmission of knowledge means C influence, it means a certain work, it does not happen by itself, it means somebody's work, and somebody's work cannot be wasted. If it brings results, it can be continued, but if it brings no result, then naturally it will stop. This explains why the possibility of recurrence must be limited. If one comes to a school and does not profit by being in the school, naturally one cannot come again and again to learn the same thing, one must make something of it. Try to understand it, because without understanding these principles it is impossible to speak about recurrence. All ordinary talks, based on mathematics or anything else, make it too uniform, and recurrence cannot be uniform. You remember we spoke about materiality of knowledge and about the fact that one has very little chance even to begin, because many favorable circumstances are necessary for that. But you must understand that when one begins to get a certain knowledge, chances become smaller and smaller, because if one does not use it, it will be more and more difficult to get, quite naturally. And the same thing applies to every day, every year, to all our life. This is what must be understood. The idea of recurrence is useful because it refers to this life. If we do not do something today, how can we expect to do it tomorrow? If we can do it today, we must. Nobody can put it off till tomorrow, because tomorrow we could do something else. We always think we have time. Q. Does it mean that if we do not listen to what you say today, we will not hear it again? A. Or maybe you will be here, but I will not be here. How can you know? Q. Can we only make progress through you? A. No, you are quite free to find some other place. You are not bound at all. If you know somebody else with whom you can make progress, certainly you must use him. One must not lose any opportunity if one has an opportunity. Q. I meant, are you the only medium here? A. No, nobody can be the only one. If you know another way, there is another opportunity, but if you do not know of another opportunity, if you know nobody but me, then you must try to get it from me. If you know somebody else, you can get it from somebody else. Is it quite clear? Only remember one thing: it cannot be a theoretical study. We must learn in practice how to do the most important things for us. Q. Our opportunity is always there, only we are too asleep to notice or use them. A. Opportunities may be different, there are different degrees. If one has not come to the work, one has the opportunity to accumulate knowledge, material, tendencies. They may be not very strong, but they may all lead in the same direction, or they may lead in opposite directions. Then, in what we call work, which means influence, see, or direct knowledge, direct study, Opportunities are different, and real opportunities begin only from the moment one uses them. Q. In the idea of recurrence, things happen again. But do schools necessarily appear in the same places? Perhaps in my last recurrence this system never came to England? This is the difficulty about recurrence, because when people hear about it and begin to think, they think in the ordinary formatory, that is, logical way, or very often they think quite illogically, or worse. But even if they think logically, they have not enough material, they do not know enough to think about it. It is necessary to understand first of all that we are speaking about a theory, and secondly, that this theory must be sufficiently full, there must be sufficient material in it. When we think about recurrence, we think that everything repeats, and this is exactly what spoils our approach to it. The first thing to understand about recurrence is that it is not eternal. It sounds absurd, but actually it is so, because it is so different in different cases. Even if we take it theoretically, if we take purely people in mechanical life, even their lives change. Only certain people, in quite frozen conditions of life, have their lives repeating in exactly the same way, maybe for a long time. In other cases, even in ordinary mechanical life, things change. If people are not so definitely governed by circumstances, like great men who have to be great men again and nobody can do anything about it, there are variations, but again not forever. Never think that anything is forever. It is a very strange thing, but it seems as though people who have no possibilities, either owing to certain conditions, or to their own insufficient development, or to some pathological state, can have their lives repeating without any particular change, whereas in the case of people with theoretical possibility, their lives can reach certain points at which they either meet with some possibility of development or they begin to go down. It is either one or the other, they cannot go on remaining forever in the same place, and from the moment they meet with some real possibility, they either recognize the possibility of doing something or they lose it and then go down. Just think about it and perhaps you will be able to formulate some questions. Q. Does the ability to recognize the possibilities depend on change of being, which can only be achieved after a long period of small efforts? A. There are two things we must understand about this. Things are in a different relationship to possibilities. Some things, although they have not yet happened and although it may seem to us that they can happen in one way or in another way, are in reality predestined. Nothing can be changed, because such big causes are moving these things that, although they have not yet happened, they can happen only in one way. In relation to some other things the repetition is not so strict. There are many gradations and, side by side with things that can happen only in one way, there may be other things, which are still to come, which can happen this way or that way. It is necessary to understand this as a principle, to understand why things are different and what is different about them. Take today. Certain things have to happen tomorrow because their causes lie in last year or in 10 or 20 years ago. But if the cause of certain things that will happen tomorrow lies in today, then they can happen differently tomorrow if something is done differently today. So it is a question of the nature of the causes and of where they are. You can look at it like this. Suppose you see things going on in exactly the same way for a long time, then you cannot expect a sudden change without some particular reason. Other things may be comparatively new, a certain tendency has just appeared and so it may easily disappear. But if the tendency has been going on in the same direction for a long time, it is difficult to see a possibility of change. That is the only way we can discuss it, for we cannot know anything definite about these things. You must remember one principle in relation to this: things are not the same. If you say that some things can be changed and apply it to everything, you will be wrong, because things are never in the same relationship to the possibility of change. Q. May the possibility of variation in people's recurrences mean that people born in one recurrence might not be born in the next? This is possible only in some cases, but we cannot go into details of this kind. What I want you to understand definitely is that as long as people are quite mechanical, things can repeat and repeat almost indefinitely. But if people become more conscious, or if the possibility of becoming conscious appears, their time becomes limited. They cannot expect an unlimited number of recurrences if they have already begun to know something or to learn something. The more they learn, the shorter becomes their time. People always forget that there is only a very limited number of chances for everybody, so if one loses a possibility in one life, then next life one will lose it more easily. The closer one comes to the possibility of change, the smaller the number of chances becomes, and if one finds a chance and does not use it, one may lose it altogether. It is the same principle as that which applies to one life. You remember, it was said that in the work, in relation to one life, time is counted, and the more seriously people work, the more strictly is their time counted. If you want to work for 2 months and sleep for 10 months, it is counted that you worked for 12 months, even though you actually worked for only 2. But the requirements or conditions are for 12 months, and the more one works the more those requirements grow. If one works very little, one may remain in the same relation to a certain idea for a year or 2 years. One may misunderstand something and not lose much through it because there is still a 3rd year. But if a man has already begun to work in earnest, he cannot have 3 years, because every day is an examination and he must pass one examination in order to come to another examination. That must be understood, and the same principle can be applied to recurrence. Q. Is it that if we are completely mechanical we must recur in exactly the same way, but if we are less mechanical, our recurrences are fewer? A. It is not exactly like that. As I said, there are many different categories of people. There are people whose lives repeat automatically in exactly the same way. Other people may have different small changes and modifications, all on the same level. Then a third category, to put it very roughly, may have some possibility in the sense that the changes that happen in their lives are not quite aimless, but are nearer and nearer to some influence. Then the fourth category come nearer to the possibility of meeting a school. The thing to understand is that people are not equal in relation to these possibilities. And, of course, those who have already found some possibility and have discarded it, prove themselves incapable of development. Q. I still do not understand why time should be limited for anyone who has worked but not for one who has not. A. For one who has not begun to awake, time is not counted because it does not exist. Everything repeats, always the same thing, again and again. You can take it like this: knowledge is limited, but since such people do not take any knowledge, for them it is not limited. Then, as I said, you can draw a comparison with an ordinary school. It is not possible always to remain in the same class. One must either make progress or go. Certain demands are made, and if people do not fulfill these demands they may lose the possibility. So if one has begun to work, one must go on. Suppose someone begins to work and then fails. This shows his inability to work, and then what is the meaning of his existence? Try to think about it from this point of view. Q. Is everyone given access to one of the ways in some cycle or other? A. I do not know, and we cannot know such things. We can speak only about ourselves. We have a chance, that is all we know, so we must think about ourselves. Q. The future in the work seems like walking on a tightrope. Can one hope to attain another level of stability later? A. Every state has many different forms, and so has the state of sleep. There may be sleep with possibility of awakening, sleep with less possibility of awakening, and sleep without any possibility of awakening. Q. To have memory of another occurrence, is it necessary to change something in essence? No, it is necessary to become conscious in this life. You have only this life. You can say to yourself, if I lived before, I do not remember it. This means that if I live again I will not remember. If you become conscious in this life, you will remember, and you will remember as much as you remember now. If you do not remember yourself now, then next time again you will not remember yourself, so it will be the same. The possibility of change starts only with the possibility of beginning to remember yourself now. All other things are just words. Q. If personality dies with us, what effect can attempts to weaken it have in future occurrence? A. There is no need to be very dogmatic about it. When we speak about recurrence, we speak of something that recurs, and this something keeps in itself traces of all the created tendencies. If the tendency of weakening personality has been created, it will continue, and if the opposite tendency has been created, a tendency to strengthen personality, again it will continue. It is quite right that personality dies, but if this something recurs, then the same causes will produce the same effects. If certain new tendencies have been created, they too will have their effect. So a man who showed a real love of sleep from childhood may fall asleep even earlier. Q. Then the only thing we can keep is the change, if any, that we make in essence? A. No, first you must make changes in personality. Q. But that will not last. A. It is the only thing we can do. Only very few people can work on essence. It is not exactly an advantage to the people who can, because working on essence is very difficult, but it may happen. Generally we work on personality, and it is the only work we can do. And if we really work, it will bring us somewhere. Sometimes tendencies are in essence and sometimes in personality, but I could not formulate it as essence and personality. I would simply say we have to weaken certain tendencies and strengthen others, weaken mechanical tendencies and strengthen conscious tendencies. That is the only formulation possible, everything else would be out of place. Q. It seems to me that personality, physical body and appearance are too impermanent to recur. A. Yes, but they were all created by certain causes, and, since causes will be the same, they will naturally produce the same effects. One is born in the same circumstances, the same house, from the same parents, and everything will grow the same. There may be some deviations, but in the end it comes to the same thing. Suppose one is born in a certain town and then one moves out of it for a time. Then, later, one comes back and finds oneself in the same situation as before, as though one had not been away at all. This illustrates what I mean by those deviations. One always returns to the same path. Q. What is it that wants recurrence so much and yet fears it? A. That I don't know. It is material for your own study. Certainly, one prefers the idea of recurrence to the ordinary idea of death. At the same time one fears it because, if one is really sincere with oneself, one realizes that things repeat themselves in this life. If one finds oneself, again and again, in the same position, making the same mistakes, one realizes that to be born again will not help if one continues to do the same things now. A change can only be the result of effort, no circumstances can produce a change. This is why all ordinary beliefs in the change of external circumstances never lead anywhere. Circumstances may change, but you will be the same unless you work. It is the same in recurrence. People's lives may appear completely changed from the point of view of external circumstances, but the result will be the same. The relation of essence to personality will remain. Real change can happen only as a result of schoolwork, or if for several successive lives one only grows the magnetic center and does not meet a school, then change will be in the growth of magnetic center. Q. Do you believe that those who attain a sufficiently high state are not under the obligation of recurring? You go too far. Certain religions begin from the idea of trying to stop this wheel of life. But we cannot speak seriously about it, because, as I said, the idea of recurrence is only a theory, so how can we stop what we are not sure exists? If you want to stop a train, you must know that the train is moving. What would be the point of trying to stop it if you are not sure it is moving? Q. Is the date of one's death predetermined? A. I cannot say, there are different theories. I think it is safer to say that it is predetermined from one point of view. Only so many things enter into it that one's time can be shortened or prolonged, so although it is predetermined, it is not an absolute predetermination. Or it may be better to say that it changes every moment, although it is predetermined. Every moment can bring new factors and make one's life longer or shorter. If nothing happens, then it is predetermined. Q. Does schoolwork affect the length of one's life? A. Again, you expect too much. Maybe after several incarnations you may find means to prolong your life, but if you expect it at once, you expect too much. In some cases it may be true, so I think it must be different in different cases. Q. Does it mean that I am living the same life again? Was I reborn in 1915 and will I again be born in 1915? A. Always in 1915. That is the only thing that cannot change. And certainly we are bound to have lived before. We could not have come out of nothing, only we do not remember. Even those who think they remember something, remember only as children. But in most cases they forget. The study of recurrence must begin with children's minds, particularly before they begin to talk. If people could remember this time, they would remember very interesting things. Unfortunately, when they begin to talk, they become real children, and after 6 months or a year they usually forget. People very seldom remember what they thought before that, at a very early age. But psychologically it is a fact that in very early memories of childhood, and sometimes people remember things at the age of a few months, they already have mentality, a certain understanding of people, places and things. How can we expect children that have been born so recently to have all this material? Our mentality grows quite slowly, but some children have a grown-up mind. They are not children at all. Then later they become children. If they remember the mentality of early infancy, they see that it is the same mentality as grown-up people have. That is what is interesting. Q. Do you know why a child should remember its grown-up mentality and not its previous child's mentality? A. We have so little material to judge about it. I speak only about the way it can be studied. Suppose we try to remember our own, trying not to let imagination come in, then, if we find something, that would be material. In literature you find very little, because people do not understand how to study it. But in my own experience I met with some very interesting things. Also some people I knew had very interesting recollections of the first years of life, and they all had the same impression, that their mentality was not a child's mentality or a child's psychology. Do you see what I mean? They had a ready mind, with quite grown-up reactions and a way of looking at people and recognizing them, such as could not be formed in the course of 6 months of unconscious life. Why should it disappear when a child learns to talk? A. The child begins to imitate other children and to do exactly what grown-up people expect of him. They expect him to be a stupid child and he becomes a stupid child. Q. How is it possible to know what a baby remembers? I thought that one was born with one's centers completely blank and that one remembered with centers. A. That is the strange thing. As I said, some people who do not differ much from other people have strange and quite definite recollections even of their first months. They think they saw people as grown-up people do, not as children. They do not make compound pictures from separate elements, they have quite definite impressions of houses, people and so on. Q. I still do not see how it is possible to remember a previous recurrence. I thought that memory was dependent on the contents of centers which are in personality. How can personality remember occurrence? You cannot remember it if you do not remember yourself here, in this recurrence. We have lived before, many facts prove that. Why we do not remember is because we did not remember ourselves. The same is true in this life. If things are mechanical, we only remember that they happened. Only with self-remembering can we remember details. Personality is always mixed with essence. Memory is in essence, not in personality, but personality can present it quite rightly if memory is sufficiently strong. Q. If we recur into the same circumstances, there seems very little opportunity of having something different at all in our life. A. In early life there is. We have a long life and in the course of it we can acquire something knowledge, understanding, and this understanding can pass into essence. Then, if for the first years of our life we live in essence, this understanding may produce some impression on us, some recollections in essence. As a rule they disappear at a later age, but children sometimes have them for a fairly long time, till the age of 8 or 10. Q. When I was about 3 or 4 I used to try and remember myself as a sort of game. It is quite possible, it may have remained. You may have tried to remember yourself in a previous life. I see nothing impossible in that. Q. In connection with the idea of recurrence, does it mean that if we make a bad mistake it goes on recurring? A. There may be different mistakes, but if there was something deliberate about this mistake, if you made it because you wished to make it, then most probably you will wish even more to make the same mistake again. Q. Do things like illnesses recur? A. They may or may not recur. This is connected with rather complicated things. It is necessary to divide illnesses, for they can belong to different categories. Some illnesses may affect essence, others not. Many contagious diseases open accumulators, so they may actually be useful. Then their accumulators may stay open or they may shut again. Such illnesses may play the role of shocks. They are accidental illnesses and they may repeat or not repeat. Then there are illnesses belonging to fate, constitutional illnesses. Q. I do not think I understand eternal recurrence. A. We speak about possibilities. This is a philosophical conversation. We have not enough material to speak even theoretically. You remember, to speak philosophically means to speak about possibilities. So, if there is recurrence, we speak about the way things could happen. Q. Is one then to consider the whole question as philosophical, or capable of verification? A. We cannot speak about verification. I think if some people find verification for themselves, it will be very subjective. They will not be able to transfer their realization to other people. Other people may or may not believe them, but it will not have the character of proof. But you can verify certain things about recurrence by observing things in this life. Q. What was the origin of the idea of recurrence? I. Psychologically, there will be one answer; mathematically, another answer; historically, a third answer. If you mean psychologically, I think it is the very persistent and very definite feeling that children sometimes have that it happened before. For instance, they come to a new house or a new town and have a feeling that all this has been ordinary psychological explanations by a break in consciousness, as it is called, and which we can describe much better as passing from one center to another, are not sufficient, because they explain some cases but do not explain all cases. Q. Does it mean that the recurrence has occurred during the existence of that town? A. Yes, certainly. It is not the same line of time. It is parallel time. The idea of recurrence needs 2 dimensions of time. The need of 3 dimensions of time comes only with the idea of work. But the second dimension of time is really very elementary. There can be no doubt about its existence, particularly in modern mathematical and physical ideas. If we accept that the line of time is curved, then curvature has 2 dimensions, so there are 2 dimensions of time. Q. I do not understand rhyme being 2-dimensional. A. Take a simple thing. You sail in a boat and you walk on deck while the boat goes along at the same rhyme. This is the second dimension of your movement. You have one movement, you walk yourself, and the second movement is the movement of the boat. Q. Then a spiral can lead us out of our present circle? A. I do not think we can speak about spirals from the point of view of the system. But if we do speak about them in relation to recurrence, then in ordinary recurrence there is no spiral at all, it is all on the same level. Recurrences may differ from one another in some details. One may be inclined one way and another more inclined another way, but it is only a small deviation and there is no spiral. The idea of spiral begins with escaping from constant repetition of the same things, or from the moment when something new is introduced. Q. Is the idea of eternal recurrence part of the system? A. No, the system can be understood without it. Although later some things in the system will be easier to understand if you have some idea of recurrence. The system shows the way to develop but does not say what happens when we do. If we look at the question of survival after death from the point of view of time only, from the point of view of time, it is reasonable to suppose that man 1, 2, 3 and 4 has no life after death. That there is nothing permanent in him. He so lacks permanency that he cannot survive the shock of death. If he has something permanent, he may survive. But in my opinion it is more important to take this question in relation to eternity. This we cannot verify, but looking at it in relation to eternity means that there is repetition. Life has to be repeated, there cannot be only one life. Try to understand the design of life. You cannot understand it if you think of a straight line, and if you think of circles you find that your brain cannot take it in. Everything living, organic life, people and so on live and die, and in some mysterious way we do not understand this makes circles. These circles are connected with other circles and the whole design of life is the outcome of it. Everything, every small unit, turns and turns in its circle, because everything must go on existing. If a gap appeared, the whole structure would be destroyed. Q. Is it because we lack the necessary category of thinking that we cannot understand recurrence, since it is in eternity? A. Yes, if you like. We cannot visualize it, but our higher centers can. If we work, we shall be able to think about it, but only with the help of higher centers, not with our ordinary brain. But before that we must make sure that our ordinary centers do all they can, because at present we do not use our ordinary centers to their full extent. Before we can expect to go over to higher centers, we must learn to use fully all the parts of ordinary centers instead of only the mechanical parts. The idea of recurrence may have many quite obvious faults, but mathematically it is right and is certainly better than any other idea of this nature, because otherwise, without the idea of recurrence, there would be no past. If there is no past, there is no present, and if there is no present, where are we? We cannot live in a world where all the present disappears. Long ago, I wrote about that in Tertia Morganum. If we travel by train we cannot expect all the stations we pass to disappear, and those to which we come to be built anew. They existed before we came and will be there when we have passed. We knows that everything dies, so it must be born again, everything is destroyed, so it must be built again, and recurrence is the only theory which can answer. Q. If every moment is always coexisting, what makes one feel that one is in this moment? Are the limitations of our mind. Certainly the idea of parallel time means eternity of the moment, but our mind cannot think in that way. Our mind is a very limited machine. We must think in the easiest way and then make allowances for it. It is easier to think of repetition than of eternal existence of the moment. You must understand that our mind cannot formulate rightly things as they really are. We must have only approximate formulations which are nearer to truth than our ordinary thinking. That is all that is possible. Our mind and our language are very clumsy instruments and we have to deal with very subtle matters and subtle problems. At the same time, we do not realize that by simplifying things, by imagining ourselves in a three-dimensional world, we make this world non-existent. We put ourselves in an impossible position, because if we take, for instance, the ordinary view of the past disappearing and the future not yet existent, then nothing exists. This is the only conclusion from this idea that is logically possible: either nothing exists or everything exists. There is no third alternative, so to speak. Q. Could you say something about whether it is possible to escape from recurrence? You are making the same mistake as do many doctrines. They begin to think about escape before they are sure of the theory. You must first know that recurrence really exists, by remembering, not theoretically. Then you must get tired of it, bored with it. Only then can you think about escape. Q. How can one be quite sure it exists? A. As I said, only by remembering. If you remember that you lived before, what it was like, what happened, then you will know. If you do not remember, you cannot be sure. Theory speaks like that. If you remember yourself in one life, you will remember in the next. If you are unconscious in this life, you will not remember. So first you must become conscious in this life. Q. If one could escape from the law of recurrence, would one still be in the same time, or is higher man able to escape into other times? No, time has nothing to do with it. Time refers only to one life. Out of one lifetime does not exist that you can call eternity. And what do you mean by escaping? There are many different ways to understand this idea. How can you escape from time? It is part of you. It is the same as escaping from your legs or your head. At the same time, the idea of escape has meaning. It means escaping from mechanicalness, being one I always, doing what you want. There are many degrees of escape, but this is the beginning. You take this idea too simply. Try to think about what escape means. I cannot reconcile the idea that the past is there, really living, with the idea that it comes back again. Do not try to think of it if it is difficult. Leave it. This is why we have to speak about recurrence in simplified forms. Our mind cannot think in any other way. This idea is really for higher mental center which can think rightly. It is almost useless to talk about recurrence, because it becomes philosophy, but there are certain things we can say about it even with our present knowledge, and that is that in relation to school something will remain. Even if one has made a start, one will retain something. One cannot forget about it. Maybe one will remember earlier, and this may help one from one cycle to another, so that if one came to a school once, one may expect to meet a school sooner, which may help. So even by being associated with these ideas we have gained something. In any case, we begin with the advantages of the system. This is the only thing that is assured, all the rest depends on our work. How can recurrence be of advantage to man? If one begins to remember and to change, instead of turning each time in the same circle, if one begins to do what one wants and thinks best, then it is of advantage. But if one does not know about it, or even if one knows and does not do anything, then there is no advantage in it at all. Then it means the same things repeated and repeated. Things repeat in one life, so just remembering how things happened yesterday, you can avoid certain things tomorrow. Everyone lives in a certain closed circle of happenings. To one person one kind of things happen, to another person another kind. You must know your own types of happenings, and when you know them, you can avoid many things. Having met the system in one recurrence, will one meet it again in the next? It depends what one did with the system. One could meet the system and say, "What nonsense these people talk." It depends how much effort one makes. If one made efforts, one could acquire something, and this may remain, if it was not only in surface personality, if it was not only formatory. Does one necessarily follow some line of action in each recurrence? As I said, all acquired tendencies are supposed to repeat themselves. One person acquires a tendency to study or be interested in certain things. He will be interested again. Another acquires a tendency to run away from certain things. Then he will run away again. Do these tendencies grow stronger? They may, or they may grow in a different direction. There is no guarantee until one reaches some conscious action, when one has a certain possibility to trust oneself. If we had enough material, we could answer many questions about it. Why, for instance, strange tendencies appear in children, quite opposed to their surrounding circumstances, quite foreign to the people among whom they live. Sometimes they are very strong tendencies that change their life and make them go in totally unexpected ways, when there is nothing in heredity to produce that. This is why it happens in most cases that parents do not understand their children and children do not understand their parents. They never can understand one another sufficiently or rightly. They're quite different people, strangers to one another. They just happen to meet accidentally at a certain station, and then they go in different directions again. Q. When you say study children, what do you mean? A. That is what is so difficult. If you observe tendencies on a big scale, you can find quite unexpected things. You can say about one or another tendency that it is the result of surroundings or find another reason for it, yet quite unexpected tendencies may appear in young children, not the accidental tendencies that appear and disappear, but such as will continue throughout life. According to this theory, these may be tendencies acquired in a previous life in much later years, and then they appear very early. Q. From the point of view of recurrence, then, may it not be that some important actions we made in a previous life are responsible for our tendencies now? A. Quite possibly. Only, there is one thing, this work did not exist before. It may be that some other work did. There may be many different kinds. But not this. This work did not exist before, that I am perfectly sure of. Q. What I meant was that it seems such a huge idea to think that between now and the time we die we make the fatal actions which will give us tendencies for next time. I certainly. Every moment of our lives we may create tendencies we may not be able to get rid of for 10 lives. That is why in Indian literature they always emphasize this point. It may be in the form of a fairy tale, but the principle is the same. Q. You say that this work has not occurred before. Does this mean also that it will not occur again? A. There is no guarantee. For yourself it will depend on you. Certainly. One thing can be certain, it will not happen in the same way. Maybe there will be groups and schools, only not in the same way and not at the same time. Work is the only thing which is not under the law of recurrence, otherwise it would not be work. If it is a little conscious, it cannot recur in the same form. If we take this particular work, many things in it may happen quite differently. For instance, what happened now at a certain time may begin perhaps 20 years earlier. Q. If schools do not recur in the same way, does it mean that a person can only meet a school in one life? No. That is introducing another idea. It is more simple than that. Recurrence, if it exists, is mechanical and based on mechanicalness. A. School cannot be mechanical, so it must be under different laws, even if it is an elementary school. If a school existed once in one form, next time it may be not in the same place, the same time or the same form. How it would change it is impossible to say, but it cannot be the same thing. Otherwise it would be mechanical, and if it is mechanical it is not a school. Q. Then it means that an individual who came across a school might not find it next time? A. He may find another, maybe a better one, or he may find nothing there. Kind of school one could or could not meet next time depends on many unknown reasons, but only quite petrified things can be repeated again and again without change. Things that are alive can never be the same. You can rely on something like Trafalgar Square recurring, but you cannot rely on schools from the point of view of recurrence. Q. Then, since schools are not mechanical, if we recur there is no assurance that we should ever find this system again? No assurance, quite right, but there are many sides to it. It is quite true that things do not recur in exactly the same form, but at the same time one cannot lose anything one has acquired. This means that if one loses one possibility, one can find another. One can lose only through one's own fault, not through the fault of things, although it is necessary to understand and remember that possibilities are not unlimited. There is recurrence in a sense, at least there may be, but, as I said, there can be no eternal recurrence in the literal sense of the word for everything, whether big or small. There are different manifestations, and what we expect to be eternal may not be eternal at all. Everybody has only a limited number of chances. If people live an ordinary life and do not accumulate right influences, do not form a magnetic center, then after some time they lose even the possibility of forming one. They may die out, because there is big competition. There are many things we do not know about it all, but the first thing that must be understood about recurrence is that it is not eternal. I see from people's questions that some of them do not realize how very rare the possibility of development is and how many people there are who never come to it. Neither do they realize how many dangers, both external and internal, surround this possibility. As to the chance of meeting the same school again, I felt that people were even astonished that they might not meet it, that this possibility might not be there forever. Actually, all that refers to schools is bound to be outside ordinary laws, so that nothing can happen in exactly the same way. That does not mean there will be no other possibilities, but one must be prepared for them. The school cannot run away from one. The only person that can run away is oneself, but one has to be ready to meet it. One must prepare oneself, even if there are 10,000 lives. Nothing comes by itself. If it comes by itself, one will lose it. One can get only as much as one is prepared for, and one can be prepared only by one's own efforts. In this work there are no guarantees. You do not receive degrees for the length of time you stayed in the work. Every day you go through an examination, and every day you can either pass or fail. Q. As it is so rare and difficult to meet with school, I am so afraid one might recur in conditions that would make it impossible. I think there is very little chance of that because, if we take this theory of recurrence, one will be born in the same circumstances, the same time, the same period. Even if for some reason things are not repeated exactly, you will find something else, especially if you remember something of your past life. In any case there will be more chance than if you did not know anything. Q. Is it true then that none of us had ever met this system before? I think it is quite true. But possibly you met something similar. However, the fact that I think so will not mean anything to you. You must find out for yourself why I think so. Q. Is there any certainty that if you start work in one life you will be able to continue it afterwards? Again, speaking theoretically, you will begin from the same place where you left off. The more you get now, the easier it will be to begin. It is the same as taking it from one day to another. The relation is the same. For instance, you begin to learn something today, and tomorrow you continue. You do not need to begin again from the beginning. But if you only pretend to be learning, if you look at the book and let yourself dream instead, then next time you will have to start from the beginning. Q. Does change of being this time increase magnetic center next time? Oh no, magnetic center must be made in personality, so you will have to make it again next time. You cannot receive it ready-made from past life. Q. Could a tendency in one recurrence become a habit in the next? It depends on the tendency. If it is mechanical, it will become a habit. If it is conscious, it cannot become a habit, because they are two different things. Q. Thinking back over my life, I see certain crossroads where some decisions were taken which I think were wrong. Is there any particular thing I can do in this recurrence so as not to repeat the same mistakes in the next? A. To a certain extent, everything is to a certain extent. If we look back, we may find moments which we can call crossroads. If we do not study these, we may make mistakes and take for crossroads points which were not real crossroads and so miss real crossroads. One can think, one can change now as regards those particular points, and if it is sufficiently deep, one will remember. If it is not so deep, one may remember. In any case, there is a chance that with time one may not do the same thing again, for this question of inevitably turning one way or another way may be more inevitable or less inevitable. Q. If we can perceive these crossroads, can we make use of them? A. There is no question of making use. It is a question of studying them in the past, not in the future. We do not know enough to think about doing. It is only formatory thinking that always starts with the idea of doing. Q. If we can make any choice, how might that affect recurrence? A. Recurrence cannot be affected directly. According to the idea of recurrence, nothing changes, only you can change. If you change, then many things can change in recurrence. Many ideas and things can pass from one life to another in this way. For instance, someone asked what one could get from the idea of recurrence. If one became intellectually aware of this idea and it became part of one's essence, that is, part of one's general attitude to life, then one would not forget it and it would be an advantage to know it early in the next life. Q. Is it right to think that we cannot go on living forever, that is, dying and being born again? A. Quite right. People with a quite mechanical life have a longer time, and people who become conscious have a shorter time. That is the only difference. It looks very unjust, but at the same time mechanical people can get into very unpleasant circumstances. Suppose that through some external accident connected with historical events, such as wars or something like that, somebody dies very young and continues to die young every time, then only a very exceptional combination of circumstances can introduce a change in his case. Q. In the case when an accident affects one's whole life, does it recur? A. Yes, the same kind of accident may repeat itself. You must not forget that we speak only about a theory, but a theory may be better or worse, nearer or further from possible facts. In mechanical life, even things which happen do not bring any practical change. Things are important only when a man begins to awake. From this moment things become serious. So are you asking about mechanical recurrence or about the beginning of awakening? Q. I had in mind the possibility of meeting a school next time. A. As I said, schools are more free from recurrence compared with things in life. Many things may be repeated exactly as they are now, and some may change. It is there. Same as when you go about, you see different things. People, trees, buses, cars, houses, lampposts. Some things stand still and some move. Wars, revolutions and other such things are like lampposts, but conscious things are like the light from passing cars. If you go out, you will always see the same lamp posts, but you are not likely to see the same cars. Q. Is it that opportunity never comes twice? A. Not the same opportunity, it would be waste of time. When people meet with certain opportunities, they become responsible for the energy spent on them. If they do not use it, it does not recur. Lampposts stay fixed, cars do not stay, they are not made for standing still but for moving. It is useful to think that the same opportunities may not recur next time. We expect things to be the same, but they may be different. It may depend on other people. Other people may begin earlier. For example, I began these lectures in England in 1921, but next time I may begin in 1900. You will be prepared only for 1921, but in 1921 there may no longer be an opportunity for you. This should not be taken literally, it is just an example for thinking about. It is very difficult to think about preparing for meeting the system earlier. You can prepare nothing. Only remember yourself, then you will remember next time. The whole difficulty lies in negative emotions. We enjoy them so much that we have no interest in anything else. Is the starting point in the work the same for everybody, or do we have different starting points? Very, very different. People begin on different levels. We do not know our history in the sense of past lives. Some people have already done some work, although it is impossible to say in what form. Some people only begin while others have already many efforts behind them, so everybody begins differently. But in school all have to go through the same things, and sometimes for people who have more material it is more difficult than for people who have less. Individually it is very different. Some people cannot be responsible for some time, others can. Some can work with new people, others must only listen for a long time. Is it of practical use to think of events of one's life when trying to self-remember, with a view to fixing them for future occurrence? No, this is not practical. First, as I said many times already, it is necessary to be sure about future occurrence, and secondly, it is necessary to be sure of remembering yourself. If you put it in the way you did, it will only transform itself into imagination. But if you first try to remember yourself without adding anything to it, and then, when you can, also try to remember your past life. You remember I spoke about trying to find crossroads, then in combination it will be very useful. Only do not think you can do it yet, because you cannot. There are many ways of trying to think of your own life in 4 dimensions. Now we can take it only psychologically, in relation to our own life. Suppose you put yourself back 10 years and find that you remember certain moments very well. Then imagine that you know all that will happen, and that you have to live it all over again, knowing it all, live through all the mistakes, all the nonsense and so on. Then you will have a different view of the whole thing. Everything is in you now if you study your life by going backwards and then forward again. By using your imagination you will do it consciously. But you must not try and change anything. Then you will relive these 10 years and see that everything happens in the same way as before, and at the same time you know that everything is to happen in the same way. How can one remember well enough? It is necessary to find moments you remember well. Some people remember better than others. But for those people who do not remember well it will be specially useful, because all life must be absolutely clear. This is a dissecting room. Only in an ordinary dissecting room they deal with dead bodies, whereas here you cannot deal with other people until you know everything about yourself. What do you do when you get to a moment when you forget what happened? There is in us memory of absolutely everything, but it may be what one may call frightened. However, if you insist, then, little by little, things will appear and you will find that you can think of words, moods, feelings and people. This shows that psychology cannot be studied apart from yourself. In study of all your life you have a whole museum before you. Q. You said a few minutes ago that one went on from where one left off in another life. Does it mean that if you become man number 4 in this life you will be born number 4 in the next? A. That I do not know. I think it is better to say that it will be easier to become number 4. You see, with a big change of being like that of passing from one degree to another degree, one falls under many new laws. How this works, I do not know. We can speak only about our own situation because that we know, and we can say that we can expect comparatively small changes, more knowledge, more consciousness and, with luck, a little more conscience or hunger. But we cannot speak of big changes, such as passing from one degree to another. Still, even a slight change is a change, and it is better to think about small changes which we can measure. You see, in connection with all these questions, it is very useful to realize what we can know. These questions are asked as though we could know the answers, but just 5 minutes of thinking would show that we cannot, because if we could, probably we would have had the answers long ago. In order to answer these questions practically it is necessary to have a better instrument. If we could use this instrument with a bigger range, perhaps we would have concrete answers, but not with the ordinary brain we have now. Q. I do not understand the connection between change of state and change of circumstances. A. They are different. Circumstances change by themselves and state changes only as a result of work, and many causes by which the state can change do not depend on circumstances. One must understand how things happen. It is useful to think about these things, but it is easy to make mistakes. One mistake is that we think things could be different. This is true only of ourselves. All causes governing big external events were created long ago, and it is not really our subject. We have no time to study those things in detail. But we must study ourselves in detail. Q. If a person ceases to be born in his particular period, what happens to all the other lives with which he is in contact? A. This is one of the very difficult problems to understand. As far as we can see in this theory, one cannot start being born at once. Being born is also a process like everything else. One fades out little by little, and this fading out does not produce any big effect. Some people can fade out, others have to remain, such as people connected with historical events and things like that. They are in a most unpleasant position, they just turn round and round, and most of them are quite dead. Q. Is it then impossible for great people in historical movements to escape from life? A. In most cases it is too late for them to escape, they are dead already, they are almost losing their bones on the way, but they have to continue to exist and turn round. That is one of the mysteries of life, that it is governed by dead people. Q. I do not see why big historical figures are so important that they must continue to recur even when they become dead. Why wouldn't it be easy to find substitutes for them? A. Easy for whom? Evidently they fit into some conditions and so continue to go round in the same way even if they die and people take them for living beings. Perhaps it is their chief feature that they are dead, for then they cannot make a mistake, they do exactly the same things over and over again. Q. You speak of dead people recurring, but I thought essence could not die? It can die relatively, in the sense that it cannot develop. Mechanically it may exist, but it cannot grow, it can only deteriorate with time. Essence can die in many different ways. It may die only for this life, or it may die completely. It can die completely only as a result of a long period of wrong actions, Actions against conscience. Killing essence means killing conscience. Or it can die in this life and be born again, safe and sane, in the next. For instance, one can fall on one's head and essence may die in the sense that it will not develop any further. But in the next life it will live again. So in speaking about death of essence we must know which case we mean, accidental or intentional. In thinking about life, we forget that many people are dead and that sleeping people easily fall under the influence of dead people. Q. Are most people dead? This question was much discussed in our group in St. Petersburg. Some thought that most people were dead, but I was always against this. Everybody is asleep, but even in life you find pleasant people who may not work through laziness, lack of opportunity, or something else. But they are not dead. Q. How can dead people influence sleeping people? A. In comparison with sleeping people they are very strong, because they have no conscience and no shame. What makes ordinary people weak? Conscience and shame. Besides, if people are asleep, anything can happen to them, they can be stolen out of their beds. All people in life are asleep, but not all are dead yet. At the same time, if one cannot accept and use B influence at all, there is nothing to keep one from dying sooner or later. B influences are sent to keep men from dying, even though they are asleep. But if they reject them, there is nothing to prevent their dying. People are not equal in relation to evolution. Some can evolve, others cannot. Either they lost the possibility of evolution or they have done nothing to deserve it. Q. Is there any difference between clairvoyance and memory of recurrence? A real clairvoyance, apart from fantastic descriptions, is a function of the higher emotional center, which means a function of man number 5. Everything below that is either lies or imagination. It is quite possible sometime to have glimpses of higher centers, but it is not reliable and no one can control it except man number 5, and he must be a complete number 5. If a man crystallizes and becomes almost number 5, but without having been man number 4, he is not complete and so he cannot fully use these powers. But if one attains the third state of consciousness, this development of consciousness means the functioning of the higher emotional center, which has a bigger range of vision than our ordinary vision. Q. Is it possible to have any understanding of recurrence if one cannot grasp questions of dimensions and different times? A. I think it is possible to understand, but we must first agree about terms. As a theory it has a psychological, a mathematical and what we may call a physical side, and I think the psychological side can be understood without necessarily understanding the ideas of dimensions and space. After all, what is important is not the mathematical side. It is only a theory of life which is, so to speak, mathematically sound. But we cannot speak about it as a fact. It can be explained in another way. The idea of recurrence can be connected with the life of humanity. Individual time ends and one becomes connected with the life of a bigger entity, humanity. It means only one thing: if man remains mechanical, he can recur 10,000 times and will not profit by it. The fact of recurrence does not change anything by itself. But if one begins to work, it becomes enormous. It is the only principle which can explain certain things. But by itself 10,000 lives or one life are just the same. Q. Do all events in history come again, such as wars and revolutions? A. We are now speaking about individual recurrence. We cannot pass straight from that to historical events. At the same time, we can say that these things will repeat. They are produced by mechanical forces and mechanical people, so those people will be in the same conditions as before externally. The thing we must understand is that if nothing changes now, nothing will change again. Suppose there are some people who remember, what can they do? Others do not remember, and they are more sure of their opinions and less inclined to listen to reason. And remembering events depends on self-remembering. If you become conscious now, then if there is a next life, you will remember what happened. If you do not remember yourselves, how can you remember things and events? Q. Does it mean that the situation of world events will always be the same for me? You must understand that each world, from the point of view of recurrence, is within another world. The situation can change in one of the bigger worlds and affect the world inside it. There are many things in relation to this that our mind is incapable of thinking about in the right way. If we could think more definitely and clearly, we would see more. There is one thing I want to add in relation to worlds. As long as the Absolute exists, all other things must exist. They have no right to die. Even if they die, they are repeated and repeated as long as the Absolute exists. But all this is theory. In the system, recurrence is not necessary. It may be interesting and useful, you can even start with this idea, but for actual work on yourself it is not necessary. This is why we are not given this idea in the system. It came from outside, from me, from literature. It docks fit, it does not contradict the system, but it is not needed because all we can do only in this life. If we do nothing in this life, the next life will be just the same, or there will be slight variations but no positive change. If recurrence exists, we cannot change it. There is only one thing we can change, we can try to awake and hope to remain awake. If we have to come back, we cannot stop it. We are in a train, the train is going somewhere. All we can do is to pass the time in the train differently, do something useful or spend it quite uselessly.